Stardate 55905. As the auxiliary and allied ships of Tiger Squadron attend to the newly established Starbase Aegis, Deep Space Arcania has received a resupply and check-in request from the Class H world of Anat 3, a dry, rocky world with a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere where precipitation and major bodies of surface water are relatively rare. Significant temperature variance between day and night cycles. Vegetation is scarce, and even moderate precipitation can make the desert bloom in a wild array of color. For the last 5 years, it has also been home to a team of archaeologists and paleoclimatologists. Their last report indicated a remarkable find beneath the desert sands, a collection of an entire world's crop diversity stored in a doomsday seed vault, indicating the possibility that Anat 3 was and could be converted back to a Class M world. But first, a word from our sponsors, I wish.
Yeah.
It is time for a certain captain to have a meeting with one of his counselors.
Yay.
Commander Wright has offered to do a more experimental process that could get you on duty faster, or you can go with Ensign Zolan, who has been your attending for the last few days.
I think I'd I think I'd like to talk with Wright. I've heard good things in her record about her abilities as a counselor.
So she hits the door chime.
Enter.
Good morning, Captain. How are we today?
Well, as well as can be expected, I think.
Well, I'm glad you, she takes a seat. I'm glad you have taken the opportunity to see me. Counselor Zolan has told me what you've already talked with so far. I've gone over her notes. I've also looked over some of the medical records that Dr. Efrix has gone with you. So what I want to present to you is a new process, experimental process that could, it will continue your treatment of your existing trauma, but also it could have you in what is called in Vulcan circles a working therapy. That is to say that you, through your work, you find a sort of meditative center that helps you treat. So that way you're still able to move around and work, but also you're still healing. Almost like giving if someone broke their leg, we'd give them a means to move around without injuring the leg. Actually, more modernly, we would have it's almost as if that same leg was being treated by automated arms as you're moving around.
Kind of an
Now,
interesting analogy, but I'll take it.
I will say that there are risks in this treatment. Like an injured leg, we wouldn't want you to jump out of the chair and lean onto it. Don't put too much weight onto it. So likewise, if you feel that you're approaching, if something's leaning into your injury, then you may want to take the weight off and let a subordinate step in to kind of cover that base briefly for you. Also, this process is one that usually it's done between Vulcans, usually Vulcan patient, Vulcan doctor, and there's a process of mind meld and so forth. We can't do that. I do have training from the Midnight Watch. However, it is in the theoreticals. I myself am not psionic in a manifesting way. But what I can do is she takes out of her little kit bag and starts sitting them on the table. A variety of medical devices that you really don't get because they're specialty equipment.
Mm-hmm.
We attach this neural pad and we link our minds together. But with this pad, which is based off of Efrix's work, I can sort of direct the neural connection, and through some pharmaceutical injections through hyposprays, we can kind of direct and anchor your brain to a memory that can give you strength as you work. It's sort of a protective bubble that you can put around yourself while the strain of your memories try to work against you.
Hmm.
Now, it is possible um, that complications could arise, and your illness could get worse. We could accidentally open the wound. But I believe with my parapsychological specialization, with the tools we have, um, and your particular psyche, I believe this could succeed. So with that, she takes out a pad and pushes across from you, and you see it's a signed consent form, which is a thing you don't normally have to worry about when Starfleet Medical's treating you. But she's doing something very experimental and not standard procedure.
Yeah, yeah. This is well, not to mention if this works, it's it would it would be good progress in this line of research, wouldn't it?
It would be, yes, but I want you to focus on what it would do for you and whether you're willing to take that risk. If you say no, then the research will go on. But I bring this to your attention because I know captains psychologically tend to do better when they are given options to get back to work sooner. And right now, I'll admit, what Zolan has written so far is that you are only cleared for administrative work and not field work due to the severity. Because
Mm.
as it stands, if you're faced with a life-threatening situation, it's possible you'll lock up and you won't be able to act. And field captains can't do that. My method should get you. You'll still lock up a little bit. You'll feel your heart race if this all works well, but you'll still be hands on the wheel. You'll still have your hands on the controls and still be able to direct what's happening.
Right, right.
If
Now,
not, you get an extra week of time off.
well, normally I'd probably say no to something like this. Psionics are something that I'm, no offense, kind of wary about given recent events. Um, but I think I'm comfortable with this for three reasons. Um, those reasons are named Pend, Efrix, and Varder. So, as it stands, I'm willing to give this a try.
Very well. She gestures to the pad in front of you.
And Grennan will look over the form, give it a once over, and then, presuming that there's nothing in it that she hasn't told me about already, he'll sign it.
Insight, reason, medicine, difficulty of 1. Because she wrote it in a sort of plain.
Yeah, yeah.
It's meant for a patient to be able to understand what you're signing. And she's an ethical counselor. She doesn't like filling her stuff with jargon. It's like, that's unethical, bordering on illegal. So don't do that.
Reason, medicine, 1. Law focus?
Yeah, that would apply. You could apply it here, I should say.
Oh, yes, great. A focus for my discipline
Medicine 1.
score of 1.
You got it.
I got it. God damn it.
You read it over, and it's a standard sort of like you understand the risks you're taking. Any complications are not considered a medical assault by Commander Wright, yada, yada, yada. Subsequent backups are in place. So the thing she doesn't really say, but it's said in the file, is that even if something happens while you're in your room, there's a medical staff that's like in the other room, like not in the hall, but they're nearby to rush in. But it notes that the reason they're not in here is that they would interfere with the process. They're sort of the the emergency ambulance just waiting outside when someone does a stunt sort of thing. It's like, we might not need them, but if we do, they're right there.
Yep. Okay, doke. Yeah. Yep. He'll sign.
Press your thumb to the biometric sensor on the bottom of the pad. It recognizes that you are signing it. It even does a quick check. It's an extra little check that the medical pad does to make sure that you're not under duress. Like she's not pressuring you, or you're not your thumb isn't being forcibly pressed into the pad or anything. It's very thorough.
Yeah.
Once it gives the a satisfying chime, she holds her prosthetic hand out for the pad.
And Grennan will hand it over to her.
Very good. She puts it away. All right. So there's these little contexts you see here. Now I want you to apply. She starts doing. She grabs her own set, and they are like little sticker things. She kind of with wires attached to the pad that she starts applying to her forehead. So start placing them on your forehead on a bare bit of skin. Try not to catch hair under it because it will. The hair is coming with it. Let's put it that way. So bare skin.
Okay. Grennan, shoves his hair up, and tacks the little uh pads onto his forehead.
Just tapping on the neural pad. Now this is gonna feel a little weird.
I look ridiculous.
New scene, not that it matters. You find yourself on the grounds of the Starfleet headquarters, the Presidio.
Okay. Yes. San Francisco.
Yep.
Yeah.
The star date is 50895, otherwise known as 2373 Common Era. The Klingon Federation War ended in an uneasy ceasefire upon the discovery of the Changeling posing as General Martok. The Borg had launched an attack upon Earth and was only barely saved by the efforts of the USS Enterprise E. Tensions are high. Uniforms of the service are starting to change from the old style to the new gray-black style, given the more militaristic nature of Starfleet that has sadly been forced upon it. However, on
Yes.
Earth, a civilian archaeologist has garnered a crowd of onlookers as he discusses his dreams of a new mission on the distant frontier. And from the crowd steps. Right. And someone kind of steps into the place she was standing in. Well, Captain, this seems to be a memory that you're looking fondly back on.
Oh, yes. I was in the days before I had an active command, shall we say, I was very interested in the field of archaeology. I've kind of had to put it to the side as of late for, well, obvious reasons.
And they're speaking to the pad shows that you know who he is.
Who is this guy? Or are you just straight up asking me and you need me to come up with a thing?
You should see his name right now.
Oh,
Should be plain as the eyes on his face.
is this in Discord or?
It's on the this guy. It should have a name tag
Oh,
under him.
I'm sorry. Roll20 is being slow to load. I haven't left the map with
Oh,
Brennan and right. It's the whole my internet is being the worst thing.
okay.
So,
Uh the name that comes before you is Dr. Stephen Kale,
huh,
a human archaeologist and xenoarchaeologist that is known for exploring strange new worlds and finding out, although it's usually strange old dead worlds, and finding out how they died.
yes. Dr. Kale. Um I suppose you could say his area of research is, as far as some of these things go, somewhat morbid.
So,
He
oh, go ahead.
he researches how civilizations come to an end. Not particularly uplifting.
So you're walking through the Presidio. You notice this conversation. What did you do?
You said that he's just talking to like a big crowd of like how big of a crowd of people is he talking to?
About 10, 20 people kind of gathering around him as he's talking about something. Various Starfleet cadets and officers who are in the occasional, like one or two civilians who happen to be on the Presidio grounds, just listening into his talk as he stands underneath the shade of a tree.
Okay. Right, right. I, I had a question for him. Think it was. I think it was about the ruins on Lomax 7? No. Oh, what rank was I at this point? I think he would have been probably like,
I would guess Lieutenant Commander. This is like five some years ago.
yeah, 5 some years ago. Yeah, lieutenant commander probably. Because this is before the Dominion War kicks off, right?
Yep. It
Yeah.
starts later that year.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, he's a lieutenant commander. He makes commander when the Dominion War starts, and a bunch of people get shunted up the. Um. Yeah. So far, I mean, I think I was just really interested in what he had to say.
All right. Well, approach like you normally would. This is your memory. I'm just keeping you grounded with presence so you don't get lost in here. Last thing we need is you to be trapped in nostalgia.
Right.
Much as I
Right.
do miss the old uniforms.
Hmm. I know. A lot more color. Um. Dr. Kale.
Yes, the redhead in the back, and the crowd kind of looks over at you. Some people kind of nod at you. Oh, Lieutenant Commander. Some people look a little bit embarrassed, like they think you're going to tell them to disperse or something.
So, what are your makings of some of the most recent finds on Mercredi's 2?
Well, the Mercadees question is easily answered not by just interstellar scans and probes, but I think that the reason why they're running into such a roadblock is that they're not willing to put blood and sweat into the project. They need people on the ground to start actually doing the good old fashioned work of brushing aside the rocks and looking at it for themselves. Put the tricorder right up to the thing and scan it, and that I think would get past a lot of the issues like interstellar weather problems, atmospheric problems. Now, this does mean that we have to secure more grants and leans toward ground usage, but I think the price of political weight behind that is well worth the scientific gains to answer the question. Um,
Yes, I definitely agree. I think there's definitely a need for Starfleet here, and emotions around uh to start putting a bit more weight into dedicated xenoarchaeological outposts.
Well, that's actually what my talk is about, Lieutenant Commander. He gestures.
Grennan, Harmon Grennan.
Lieutenant Commander Grennan. See, I'm starting a new frontier, and I'm actually look outpost of sorts. Now, it's going to be a civilian initiative, and actually, part of the reason I'm having the talk is to talk about the work that I'm planning to do in the Anat system. See, there are some interesting space finds, basically sensor scans, that show that there is a possibility that there was a civilization on the world. Now, most sensor specialists would simply say that a Class H world, in astronomical terms, civilizations terms, is of no great interest for away teams. So, and it's not strategically or tactically important for Starfleet to go in there, especially with the Klingon War just ending. Ceasefire, someone corrects him. Well, he waves his hands like he doesn't care because he doesn't. Um, but I think that if we put a concerted effort, now I can't get Starfleet to sign on, but I can get the Council of Archaeological and Scientific Surveys to set up an outpost out there to actually start digging into the sand and start finding out whether a Class H world could, in theory, have once been a Class M world that was of possible interstellar importance, even if it's a dead world. Like I always say, dead worlds and their civilizations can teach us today how not to make their mistakes. What were they doing wrong? What were they doing right? Um, and
Yeah.
I know what I'm asking of anyone here. I mean, for those of you in the audience who are already free citizens, you're free to come along and sign up. I mean, there's going to be an application, but the reason I came here to the Presidium is I know that some Starfleet officers may wish to take a sabbatical from Starfleet service and possibly engage in finding the greatest find of our generation of not only civilization advancement and understanding, but also climatology, paleoclimatology, and maybe finding an answer to certain questions that the larger xenoarchaeological community is trying to find out. Now, this does mean, before anyone gets too excited, this is going to be a 5-10 year project. We're going to be doing a lot of digging and we won't get Starfleet help much often aside from resupply missions. So if anyone's interested, and if you're interested, Lieutenant Commander, I mean, or any of you, and everyone kind of looks over at you. Some people look at each other because there is this sort of feeling that Starfleet hasn't been talking about with civilians much. Just because the Klingons stopped going to war doesn't mean there isn't going to be a war. It just means it's a ceasefire. And it was the Dominion that made Martok go away. And they're still trying to figure that out. Like, it's very. Maybe the Borg will attack again. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, as one of the things I've said multiple times, uh, the Federation was deathly afraid that in the heat of the Dominion War, one of the things they were deathly afraid of was the Borg showing up and wrecking shop.
the counselor kind of looks over at you, and so you didn't go with him, obviously, otherwise he wouldn't be with us. Why not?
Nah, I'd I'd already gotten my fill of time. Uh, I'd already gotten my time leading an archaeological team. The Halen Project.
What does this Dr. Kale mean to you? What does this moment mean to you?
This was a moment where I chose a different path. I knew that I had a awareness that war may have been coming, and that in the event of that, people would be needed in command levels, administrative levels, to hold down the fort. And if people like me went running off, oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't Halen Project, Marlonia, the archaeological oversight I did.
Do you
What year is
regret your
this?
decision?
What year is this again?
Uh,
2373?
yep.
Um, I wish I could say this was shortly after this. I got reassigned to Starbase 105, and that's where I stayed until I got command of the Kismet. So I don't know.
I That's the important thing here is that understanding that such questions are not easily answered, that you have to face moments like this, that even now, sir, you can, if you so wished, leave service or go on sabbatical. But for now, perhaps like then, you may be able to find it in yourself to attend to the matters ahead of you while still remembering that you're not trapped in any way. You have an out. And there is no shame of leaving service or taking a break. But sometimes the knowledge that you can step back from the roaring flames makes you feel a lot less like you're about to be consumed by them. You have the option.
Right.
You feel the memory fade for a bit. But in the end, Captain, she takes off the little the little contacts on her head. You are the ultimate decider of your fate. Your injuries are severe. Your fear of your own death, your own mortality is real, and it's something we all face. I'm not asking you to forget that it happened. I'm not suggesting you forget that this job is intensely dangerous. But what I am asking you to do is to remember that there was a young officer who looked into a world full of war on the brink. And for some reason, he found something in himself to step forward into that dangerous starry sky. Now, you're a much older man now, but maybe a bit of his confidence will help you in the days to
Hmm.
come.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You know,
And she's
I miss having some of that confidence.
and she's going to perform a medical task to try to treat you.
Woohoo.
Daring medicine using distress disorder focus in parapsychology because that's what she's doing.
Is this the thing I assist with?
Yep.
Awesome.
She will spend toward the value of the strange and unusual is everywhere.
I'll take it.
The difficulty, I think your severity is 3 right now.
Yes. I've died.
So
Haven't died.
So the difficulty currently is 4. So she's got 2 of them. The ship's gonna help with computers medicine. Is there any other metals that can help? Uh, Starcross, she's gonna double her crit range.
Nice.
The other one doesn't apply here. Boop. Do you wish her to spend any threat on this check? She's
I'm
looking
good.
at 14 with the focus.
I think I'm good. Oh wow.
That one is not a double focus, sadly. Plus the ship, the Kismet's computers, plus medicine.
Who's on Kismet sheet?
Grab that. 7.
Ooh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
that's 3 momentum or 2 momentum?
1 momentum because your diff was wait, I forgot your number now. Pulling up your
It
sheet.
was severity 3?
So diff's severity plus 1, so 4. So
Okay, so
6,
2
2,
momentum.
2 momentum. Yep. She can also she's going to do another task, which is positive reinforcement. Presence plus medicine difficulty 3. She's going to attempt to give you the positive reinforcement advantage. So your severity has gone down by 1. Presence medicine. This is a diff 3 for her. She does have a focus. She would like to grab 1 threat, or give 1 threat, I should say, because she has bold medicine.
She's bold medicine. Okay, fine.
Didn't need it. You gain another momentum, and you benefit from the positive reinforcement trait advantage.
Yeah.
Until you spend it.
Yep.
Because of this advantage, if you face a life or death situation, normally your difficulty and complication would be +2 because your severity is still 2. Because of positive reinforcement, you can bring down the difficulty or complication range increase by 1. So a diff 1, comp 2, or diff +1, comp +2, or diff +2, comp +1. So that makes you able to work, but there are if you're in a life or death situation, basically anything you're doing is at +1 difficulty, which is not ideal, but it's manageable. Until your next treatment, anyway. She starts collecting her things, starts putting them in the case. Well, I think that'll be enough for today. So what I've done is I've anchored that memory in the back of your mind as a sort of fail-safe for when you run into a life or death situation. And it should anchor you, much how Vulcans find an anchor point to find Kholinar. Now, you can't achieve Kholinar. Humans, and frankly, as a human, that'd be very dangerous. There's lots of our tears, your shouting, your stress, all of that is like release valves for the brain. Shut that all off and you explode. So, but we're gonna give you one little extra patch to kind of help you along, and that should be enough, I think.
Understood.
Well, sir, I believe we have a meeting to attend to if you feel up for it.
I've missed meetings.
I'm glad one of us does,
statement.
Sir. And new scene as we go up to the conference room. Heffrix is not in attendance, sadly. She is busy. But one of the medical staff will be present so they can brief her later. So that would be... Who's the next senior on the staff? That's not a hologram or a civilian? Solon, hilariously.
Yeah.
Doop.
Nothing wrong with being a hologram or a civilian.
No.
We just have the EMH doing the briefing.
Sounds like a terrible idea.
So we're now back to present day with the events that I stated at the start of the episode. So, from right, she says, "Well, sirs, I have something of note. It seems DC's Arcania has received a resupply check-in request from Anat 3. That should be popping up on your file on your pads now. We have some preliminary work on the planet already. It seems that it is led by. She glances at Grinnin for a second, glances back at her pad. A Dr. Stephen Kale is the leading archaeologist, and it seems he would like someone to resupply him. I would request one of the ships of the squadron do the resupply mission. I could send out some shuttles, but it would take a considerable amount of time, and I get the feeling that this may be something. This may be related to our precursor civilizations, is my worry. So if he finds it, that's great. But if it's something dangerous down there, I think it's best that one of us is in attendance.
With that in mind, I'd be happy to take the Maxwell Planck out for the mission.
Either,
No.
either yourself or maybe the Kismet.
I think I might be willing to take a to look into this myself.
I defer to your judgment, Captain.
I'm familiar with the doctor and his research. Here we go. Oh boy. I remember. Oh, this is cool. I love this thing. I love this whole thing.
Yeah.
So we're thinking she starts moving some of the tickers on the holographic pad in front of you as you're using the Commander Jones strategic map assistant.
Mm-hmm.
So we're thinking either the Planck or the Kismet.
Mm-hmm.
Myth is the one with extensive
Oops, I got those
knowledge on
backwards.
precursor tech.
True.
And we don't have exactly many things immediately pressing at the moment, do we?
According to the strat map, Mission New London is still ongoing. They seem to be fine for now. They're just increasing their infiltration until they have a good capture moment. She looks up at you. Although I imagine you have more details on that than I do, sir. Wait, sir. She shakes her head. Lieutenant Commander.
You're gonna have to get used to that one, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Epsilon 3 and Bellatrix, along with Seska's convoy, are still going to Starburst Aegis. They seem to be all right so far. The loss of the Svalin has made them on a little higher alert, but some of the ships of the 10th already in the area are making the travel fairly easy. Sector exploration we haven't really chased down at the moment. We have none of the ships are currently on that mission. Ganymede is exploring Rimward, but we still have our own exploration.
Actually, read over their records. They've just returned into the Silk Road region.
Oh, they pulled back. Okay, I'll update the file.
Yes. Sounds like they got the similar word from Admiral Rutger.
All right, so that leaves the area that Ganymede partially explored. Let me pull up the map here. So that leaves this area that, oops, wrong tool. So this area still needs to be further explored, along with these other 3 sectors. We still have everything past the Peugeot subsector to worry about. And this sector we aren't really cleared to explore right now until the Vice Admiral clears us, since there's Borg possibilities there. But there is a task force heading out that way. So it's being explored by somebody. No one that I'm cleared to know about, apparently. Commander's not good enough. She grimaces.
No, Commander, probably.
Hmm.
Well, I'm going to be staying aboard station, trying to deal with the fallout of recent events. So if Mr. Vardy, you wish to take the Achilles and do some sector exploration or a different task?
Oh, I can definitely do that. With nothing else particularly pressing, it's doable.
Question: What's the there's the archaeological find in a knot system and resupply requested. Are those at the same place?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're related to each other.
Okay.
That's why they're in the same box.
Or maybe
Well
Kismet
then.
can do the resupply, Plank can do the archaeological find.
That's what I
If-
was about to say. The Kismet has a larger storage bay.
I do not necessarily see cause to divert 2 ships to the system. I believe that Lieutenant Cecilus should be capable of analyzing any archaeological discovery made there, as I've passed on what I can to her.
If you're sure, Myth, your expertise would still be greatly appreciated if you wish to come along.
Oh, you're talking about encyclopedia. Yeah.
I leave that to your discretion, Captain. I do not wish to overcommit to any one of our numerous possible duties.
With a knot being well within our operational area, I feel like that's not exactly an overcommitment.
Agreed.
We
The
don't have
plank and
anything specifically pressing at the moment.
agreed, and with both there, it enables either the plank or the Kismet to be redeployed as needed.
Well.
Instead of a situation causing for one ship to leave the Anat system completely alone.
Then I look forward to accompanying you, Captain.
Should we give any instructions to our other allies? She looks worriedly. She kind of gestures. I imagine we have nothing to ask the Imperial Starship Myth for anything. I think they're fine on their side of the mirror.
Yeah,
Uh,
they can stay where they are.
We've heard some words from House Telpak. Apparently, House Sagita is going to be moving some ships out our way, but they're going to give us a heads up before they get here. So I'll have plenty of notice to make the place look nice if they come by for an inspection.
Mm-hmm. Oh, on the note of that, I have something to fill you in on, Myth, in private later.
All right.
The Larira, given our current political stance with the Principality being complicated and in the diplomatic services hands, I think maybe giving Koshi a bit of breathing space from us would be to her benefit and ours.
But of course, keep the channel open for her to reach out if he needs to.
I'm still. I've still been logging the liaison reports from Lieutenant Denai.
How are those looking?
So far the barony that she's overlooking is stable. Everything's fine where she is. It seems Star Captain Koshi has been politically isolated a little bit, but according to Lieutenant Anai, that seems to be a common practice for Star Captain Koshi to get into. She is the polite wording, I believe, is an unconventional officer. So she gets jobs done and wins battles, but she angers the Admiralty more often than not. So being an
Yeah,
outcast is not new to her.
Grennan thinks for a moment. He says, "We have a word for that here in Starfleet, called being a Kirk."
Or penned. She smiles at the captain. Well, that's less true now,
Indeed.
sir.
I mean, just depends on what we need to do.
Nah.
Also, I'll need a word with you in private, Fleet Captain, about how we proceed forward with the Quaqua situation.
Right.
Actually, on that point, we do still have Sir Grennan aboard in the DSE. We're still waiting for processing, so if anyone wishes to interrogate him, he's still here until Starfleet Command takes him off our hands.
Yeah.
I should not be present for that.
Yes, that's why I'm staying here. I've got Mr. Grennan and a certain Miss Adler that needs dealing with, that the Fleet Captain, by all accounts, should have no interaction with as of this moment.
Grennan just grips it. He reaches over with his right arm and grips his left arm and says, "That's probably for the best." Yes.
I think she actually has a bribery charge now, given that was quite blatant and public.
Any new instructions for the Yandy? The maintain position?
Has the Yandy dropped? I'm assuming that Yandy's dropped off the intelligence team then.
According to my updates, yes, it seems that they have been. They've infiltrated the area and are waiting further. Are increasing their infiltration into the organization so they can get at the CEO without causing too much of a fuss.
And the Yandy should behave as a normal trade ship should. Having one ship hang around for unspecified reasons over one particular location makes people jumpy for one reason or another. That is what I'm sure the Syndicate would really love for them to do something useful for them about now.
Control plus security difficulty 2 to send off the order to the Yandy, so it can pull away and pass on the orders to the infiltration team.
Chain of command.
Yep.
Have a threat. There you go. Made a momentum.
So the Yandy has pulled away from Mission New London and is staying casual.
They're doing things in nearby systems and whatnot.
I think that's all the matters on the strat map. That's everything from DSE. Is there any news from Aegis that we need to be aware of? She looks around because all of you know she didn't go because she couldn't. She was stuck on DSE dealing with stuff.
A lot of very unhappy ship's crew.
Oh?
This is Fallen.
Oh, yes.
One last thing. Myth. Could you stand by around when I'll be having my discussion with Pend? There's something I wish to discuss with the two of you together.
Yes, sir. Commander Barter, I'll find you after that meeting.
Of course, I'll be easy to find. Hopefully, nothing this particularly spooky happens in the next 10 minutes.
I'll, if there's nothing else, sir, I think this would be a time to adjourn the meeting.
Very good. Meeting adjourned. Everyone continue submitting your reports, and we'll get to it.
Aye, sir.
Sir?
Oh, and sirs, as she starts saying as she's walking along, I'll be making sure to keep a strong communication line between the rest of the squadron. I've been able to solidify our subspace comms line so it's secure between us. So we should be able to contact each other without breaking encryption protocols.
Very
Excellent.
good.
Actually, Commander, Captain, if I might use your ready room. I was just an active barter, I think.
Oh.
Quietly. Hey, Captain, if I might use your ready room.
Ah, yes, of course. You have my permission.
Very well then, Commander
It is
Varder,
the
we can
meeting
have
before
that
our
meeting
other
now
meeting.
then.
Intrigue
Pen and the captain
everywhere.
are having their meeting. We're having our meeting. The
So
commanders
which
and the
meeting do you guys want to
captains.
resolve first?
Let's jump to the Pend and Grennan one first, I think.
Yeah, we're all on the same map.
So you understand the situation we're currently in thanks to previous dealings with the Quaqua and Miss Adler's whatever the hell she thought she was doing.
Was doing what she thought was right. It was stupid, but penned. I would have died there.
Nah, the cloud left is fine.
I mean, the clone survived.
How to put this without making it sound bad, Captain, is that at multiple stages before we got to this point, there was different ways for you to approach it. Each time from your report, it just seemed to lead us further and further down this path.
Yeah.
That's not me trying to insult your diplomatic style. It works on most other occasions.
I thought I had it under control and didn't, and it led her to do something incredibly stupid.
So, what I'm going to put forward to you is that any future dealings with the Steel Prince is done by me instead of you.
Well, considering the circumstances, I think that would probably be for the best.
I will be asking a diplomatic team to come with me. I'm not a complete fucking moron. But, no, in this situation, due to previous interactions and especially the fact that we just recovered a clone that was psionically modified by the Steel Prince, it's a case of we cannot afford to have that interaction anymore.
Brendan just, leans back in his chair, and after about 10 seconds, he just says, almost killed him. What does that say about me?
That is called desperation. Everyone's got it. Even the original you has desperation. You should be surprised at what it can do. But from his initial report, yes, he nearly killed the Steel Prince, but he also saved the Steel Prince. So,
Anyways, I leave the interviews and such in your hands. And I agree with your assessment, and I will inform the diplomatic corps of this new arrangement, and will, of course, I'll ask to be kept in the loop, but I will instruct that diplomatic reports regarding the Quaqua also be forwarded to you directly as well as me.
Understood. Again, I would prefer this entire situation with the Quaqua to proceed as peacefully as possible, in the way that you very much attempted to deal with this issue. But
Right.
instead of all carrot, I think in this situation, with how he's shown his intentions, a bit of stick needs to be shown.
Brennan just nods and he says, just don't throw all of my tricks out the window. You can help it.
Well, I don't have any intentions of throwing this out the window, but it needs to be approached differently. Hopefully, I can gain some insight from Mr. Grennan, who's currently being detained, that could provide some insight into anything or some leverage to use. But yes, I've got that. Discussions with Miss Adler, with the Midnight Captain. If you weren't going to go on this resupply run, I was going to recommend it.
Yes. In fact, on the matter of that resupply run, there's a matter of that I need to discuss with you and Myth. Let's go and we should have that conversation now, because that's, he stops for a second. That's relevant right now.
Understood?
And that's a good
More
time, I think,
meetings!
to Varder and Myth.
Yeah.
They have their thing.
I'll probably be coming back to the conference room after.
You're probably gonna meet each other in the bridge.
Yeah. Or
So
I'm
in the
thinking,
ready room?
I'm thinking that probably Pend and Brennan will show up at the end of this meeting. Is my thought. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Yeah. With Varder in the ready room, with the candlestick.
Andrew? What was it that you wished to speak with me about?
Oh, we're doing that now. Okay. Right. Well. Pad, touchy, hand over. About specifically our potential guests down here in what are they called again? Subcuta. One of their sub houses, vassal houses, has been developing advanced cloaking. We know about it. We don't have a means to counter it. And very few people know we know about it, so that's why you're the only one being told aside from me. When you've got the time and potential freedoms to look into it and run some simulations and find out what you can.
All right.
I have the right thing to send to you.
How much of the specifications of this cloaking field do we have available to us?
We've got a fairly comprehensive look at what they are and how they function. Or at least the effects of how they function.
That should make it significantly easier to locate whatever minor gravimetric disturbances or other telltales the cloaking field still gives off. This has been an arms race for hundreds of years, as I understand it, between sensor technology and cloaking technology.
True. The main benefit of this is it does permit one to attack while still under a cloak. And I'm sure you can understand how that would be a significant problem.
Yes, and it's a significant leap in the capabilities of cloaking technology as well.
At present, the only people who should be able to field these are Sugita and their what do they call them? Vassal houses?
That's
Cadet
one way
houses.
to put it in English, anyway. Client houses, vassal houses.
However, with them being allied with House Martok, it might soon be going around.
All right. I'll make sure to have the sensor teams on the plank begin running some simulations once I can.
Called a theory experiment for something we found.
Just how classified is our knowledge of this cloaking field?
It's a code black yellow. Priority 3. Yeah.
Understood.
Keep it to within those that would be necessary to know to help figure it out. The plank's already a experimental vessel, and they know not to speak about anything that happens there, so that really checks a lot of boxes already.
Make sure that information is restricted to those working on the project.
Thank you, Commander.
Otherwise, there would be potentials for security concerns if they didn't know what they're working on. It's never a good idea to keep the scientists in the dark.
No, that tends to lead to very problematic things.
We are
Frequently.
curious beings. And Miss Klein
Endlessly.
smiles slightly?
I have more than noticed that, Commander. That should be all the files you need, though. If there's
Very well.
anything more, let me know. If I find out anything more, I'll keep you in the loop.
There is one other matter before I go and speak with the captains. If you could quietly make an inquiry into the status of one Lieutenant Commander Wendell Solari?
Wendell Solari?
Yes.
Like Jessica Solari related? Or
Her son,
no?
I believe.
Okay. I can ask her? Maybe?
I
Unless you prefer
intend
me
to go
not
and
to?
speak with her myself at some point. However, you have kind of pauses to consider for a moment. Less obtrusive access in that regard to Starfleet files than I might.
I'll see what I can find out for you.
I'm concerned about internal eyes. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that should be simple. That's
Thank you,
all,
Commander.
Commander. I think I've got a ship to prepare, which I hate saying, but I have to do.
As do I. Open the door.
Achilles. Great.
Open the door. Run into the
Oh.
captains.
Sirs? Escape.
Captain? Captain?
Escape.
Myth. If you'll excuse for a moment, I have something I'd like to quickly discuss with Pend and you.
I'm sure the bridge staff recognized Varder's slightly quickened pace of, nope, I am not getting caught in that.
Of course, Captain. Like, back into the ready room, basically.
They won't let me leave.
And, closes. Now, I want to keep this between the three of us. This is, to say this is a matter that concerns, my medical, my medical and, more importantly, my counselor treatment. But it's, mainly a medical matter. I have recently undertaken an experimental therapy treatment to help me come to terms with some of the recent events, shall we say. And I've been told there are some risks with the methods used. It utilizes neural technologies to help me come to terms with things. In extremely simple terms. There are risks, however, and that being that if something happens that causes further distress, shall we say, I could end up psychologically incapacitated, as it were. And as such, someone else would need to take command in my stead. I would be psychologically unfit for duty. That is part of why I requested that Myth accompany us on this mission. It's not something I felt comfortable discussing in an open conference.
Right, Captain?
Well, if you're dealing with something psychological, if you wish before you set off, I can give you something that's helped me in the past.
Shot of whiskey. Sorry.
Shadow whiskey. I appreciate the offer, Pen. This is just a slight precaution, is all. I just felt that if I am to leave Deep Space Arcania, I would want at least one other command level officer to be present. And the situation as it stands, lends itself well to two vessels responding.
Well, that's fine as it stands. With both ships going for the resupply and the assistance, more than likely you'll both have some interest in the assistance with the archaeological site. So
Yes.
you can take your time, relax, or not relax, but take your mind off
Yes.
current matters.
Yes, I don't see it becoming a problem, but given the nature of the treatment of the therapy and the possible side effect of it, I thought it would be important to loop the two of you in as the people who would most likely have to assume command in the event that I suffer one of these side effects.
I'll make sure to brush up on my dual ship operations skills just in case, Captain.
Very good. I don't. All things willing, hopefully it won't come up. It shouldn't come up, but if it does, just be aware. That is all.
I mean, I'm already used to carrying you. What's one more occasion? And I leave.
Any other scenes you wish to resolve before the ships sally forth into the stars?
Brief turbolift scene with Pend, I guess. Just both catching the turbolift down. Captain, I'm afraid that I haven't been fully informed about what is going to happen to Sir Grennan.
Well, first of all, we need to find out what information he's divulged and what information he can provide us about his recent engagement with the Steel Prince and the Quaqua Principality. After that, there have been situations in the past where clones have been allowed to have lives outside of Starfleet. That will have to be determined by, in reality, professionals, people who aren't me. I wouldn't know how to proceed properly in this situation. And in my younger days, the type of orders I would receive to deal with this situation would have been a very quick and definitive way to deal with it.
See, I merely wish to understand if he was being granted the appropriate rights befitting a Federation citizen or not.
I assume he would. Again, it comes down to how Starfleet Command and people back home decide they wish to proceed. Again, this isn't a usual situation we deal with. And it's natural for people to feel a little on edge when it comes to this subject. Obviously, the humans on the Federation side have a coloured history with cloning and genetics. So
Yes, I've read up on that.
it's one of those we have to. Hopefully, we don't have to go down the more severe route. But if that is what is ordered, he'll most likely be transported somewhere we will never know about, and something we won't hear of will happen.
If possible, I would like to remain informed on the subject, Captain.
Understood. I said I'll be talking to him myself, along with Miss Adler, and any information I can glean about their futures. Do you just care about Mr. Grennan's, or do you even care about Adler's? Because let's be honest, she's just made the entire situation fucking worse.
Miss Adler's actions are not unusual for a criminal prosecution.
Her actions aren't unusual for someone trying to save someone. But
Yes, I did not mean that her actions were not unusual. Simply, I do not expect her rights to be ignored within Federation law.
No, but you can assume that she's going to get the book thrown at her. Especially because, again, humans with genetics and cloning. But I would be worried about what this is going to do to the Midnight Watch in general.
I'll remain vigilant to that extent, Captain.
That's one of the things I'll be talking to Wartburg about. He's only just really set up, trying to build up a reputation, and one of his members has just done this.
Thank you for your time, Captain.
Well, just keep an eye on the fleet captain. If he goes a little too off the reservation, don't be afraid to just step in.
Nods and steps off at her stop on the turbolift.
So yeah, what's likely to happen to Sir Grennan?
Before the Federation legal Starfleet and Federation security apparatus can really process him, the diplomatic service needs to process how they're going to address his breach of the law in the Quaqua Principality. So there's this big diplomatic question that basically is going to keep him in prison for a long time until that question's resolved. Once that question's resolved, then they'll do a security as long as he doesn't get sent back to them. He himself hasn't broken any Federation or Starfleet law. So he may, if he so wishes, may reapply for Starfleet service, not in the command structure of Tiger Squadron, because that just complicates life. But it'll be up to him. He can be come back as a Federation citizen, Starfleet officer, all that, assuming he passes psychological and security checks. But legally, the big problem is the Quaqua. It's a measure of how much the Federation is willing to go to war over this,
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons
and
why
whether one person's enough to save the Federation from war. They might give him over
Yeah, that's
if
what I
the
was...
diplomatic situation doesn't improve.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. That's why I was going to talk to him to see what I can gain to use against the Quaqua to hopefully have some form of a fucking peace or something. Well, at least it's better
That's
than-
the insight you can guess at. You don't know exactly what all the different operators in the political apparatus are doing, but you're an officer that's kind of can make some educated guesses. Like, yeah, that's probably what's going to happen, because that's what usually happens in weird situations. Like, someone goes to Kronos and kills a House Lord. It's like, oh no, you did not. Oh, you didn't kill him. Well, that's better. It's still complicated though. But he deserved it. It doesn't matter that he deserved it or not. You broke their laws, and they're asking for you back. And we generally honor extradition requests, even if we don't have a treaty with them. So this is complicated, but so that's why they're kind of hoping that someone in the diplomacy division or someone in Tiger Squadron finds something. Because the easy solution is just give him back. Like, the very Vulcan solution is give him back. There, problem solved. I mean, check him for intelligence and stuff, make sure he's processed and so on. But the big scare is that he has intelligence information. They're worried that he's going to get tortured. So that's another reason why they're willing to kind of, he's worth putting the gas on a little bit, because it's like, we don't want you getting intel from him. And this culture doesn't have, like, torture. It's ungentlemanly to torture, but it's not illegal. It's just frowned upon. Quaqua are nice people.
Yeah, huh?
Oh yeah, I was gonna, before the Kismet and the planks set off, I was actually gonna send Grennan a couple of small bottles of alcohol.
Yay.
Of course.
If they tough, drink this. If they really fucking tough, drink 3 of these. You'll have a good night's sleep. You won't. It'll solve everything.
Before departing, I'll
Not
also be.
self-medicate.
Okay, tell that to the captain of the fucking Ganymede. I swear to God.
Uh-huh.
It's not my responsibility.
Yeah, that's a good way to live. Not my problem.
I mean, if the CMO from that shit reaches out, I'll give them my advice.
Before departing, I'll be trying to find Solari on DSE if she's there.
In that case, before you leave.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. That's why I was moving this around, to kind of let you know where my brain was at. That's why I love these little graphics, because you guys know what I'm thinking.
Neat.
Without me having to say anything, if I could find the bloody office, I have it. It's marked as office.
I do like the Achilles being on the exploration duty, because whatever we find, we can kill it.
Not a good approach.
I mean, it's more of a case of whatever we find. If it becomes aggressive, we can kill it.
Whatever we find can't kill us is, I believe, the Starfleet line there.
Sure.
For well-armed ships.
Sure, why not?
Just ask them to stop punching themselves.
I mean, considering it takes
missing somebody.
it takes something like fucking 13 hits to cause a breach.
Yeah.
A lot of hits.
Do you want a Borg cube? Because this is how we wind up with a Borg cube.
Hey, I've already
Yeah.
destroyed a Borg sphere.
Yeah, it's true. The Achilles
And-
one shot a Borg sphere.
and a Borg spear.
No, we haven't
Boo.
had to deal with one of those yet. Not again.
Commander Myth, you, after not much trouble, you're able to find Jessica Solari. She is at the Midnight Watch corner with the Midnight Captain, Von Wartburg.
I'll step into the room.
One of the agents looks over at you and nods. Commander?
Return. Agent. I'll look
See.
over to see if they're like deep in conversation.
Just saying that if we go to Earth and look in what was then the Kingdom of Shul, we can find very interesting things there. I don't know. We do a lot of work on Earth. We need to look other places. Look, Earth is perfectly fine exploration for some of the events we've seen. As long as... Oh, thank God. Commander Myth! Larry kind of gives him a look.
Hello. I hope I am not interrupting too much.
Yes? No, not at all. Please.
I wish to inquire with Miss Solari about something.
Is this
Okay,
watch
so-
business or...
Perhaps, but for now it is personal.
Well, Jessica, it looks like you really should deal with this first. I'll look over your proposal and give it some thought. Fine, Wolfgang. Come along, Myth.
Thank you.
No, thank you. He looks at his pad and sets her proposal aside and picks up a different one.
Wow.
Kind of grabs
You
his
to be a
seat.
jerk to yourself? Question mark.
It's being a jerk to his twin sister.
Yeah.
Well, I wanna. Well, I don't wanna. And I outrank you, so nah.
Really is. My apologies for pulling you away, but I, on a somewhat recent excursion, uncovered some more of the, what's right, I guess memories that were locked away by unknown methods. One of the actors in that memory was your son.
Oh, which one?
Wendell.
Wendell. Oh.
How
Suppose
many
that makes
sons does
sense.
this man have?
Well, Jessica's a lady for one, but
Yeah, rude.
well, that fits. He was the one that joined Starfleet after all.
I was wondering what you know of what he did after, and we'll give the date for the like memories.
My understanding was he was bounced around between different branches of operations. I think Starfleet Security was keeping a close eye on him and kept having him transferred while they were investigating him, and his involvement with that event. Eventually, he was. Last I heard, he was on one of the exploration missions out in the Shackleton.
See,
I'm sad to say he isn't a member of the Watch. He never really. he loved going on my little interplanetary and interstellar adventures, but at some point he only learned just enough for his Deltan abilities to work, and beyond that, he, in his words, despises that woo-woo nonsense. So
I see.
his uncle Haggard has quite a bit of influence in that regard, which I thank him for every time I see him.
I suppose I might try to make contact.
Well, unless I heard he's still out there. There might be a slight delay, but especially with the loss of Narinja stations. But I'm able to get word to him from time to time, usually through the Klingon network and then through the nearest starbase. So it's a bit of a touch and go thing. Did he do
Okay.
anything wrong to you, or like what was he to you, or to your memory, I should say?
He helps me become who I am.
um. Okay.
I realize that is vague, but
No, no, no. I think I know what you mean, Myth.
Myth just tilts her head to the side, looking slightly confused.
You can sense that Solari wants to say something, but is being very polite and not saying it aloud.
Mhm.
She's immediately amused by the thought, so it's hard to get it out of her head.
Oh no.
Alright. Yep.
Well, I'll give you his subspace code number, and you can call him along the same lines I do.
Thank you.
He takes out a pad and types it out and makes a swiping gesture toward it to send it to your device.
Mhm. Well, that was, I suppose, all I immediately had to say. Thank you.
No, anytime.
It's just like awkwardly nods and walks away.
Hey, I see what you did with that pad. Oh, no, I was reading it. I swear.
Oh no.
They're great.
Which lying to each other is a mistake because they're clones of each other, so.
And they're both telepathic.
And they are both intelligence
that's a-
officers, so it's like,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
no,
a
no,
night-
no.
That's a nightmare.
At that point, it's not lying to lie; it's lying to exert dominance.
Just to flex.
Any checks from Varder before we move along?
Looking up what I was asked to look up. Wendell. There can't be many
Reason
Wendells.
security. There's a few. It's a common British name, actually.
Wendell Solari specifically.
That's less rare. That's less common, yes. Although Solari is kind of one of those catch-all names humans have. Where are you from? I'm from Seoul. I'm a Solari. Like, oh, damn it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you just say Wendell was a common British name?
Well, it was years ago, anyway.
It
Yeah.
sure as shit
Old.
isn't
It
since
is
I've
so
been
old.
alive.
It was a common name when Napoleon still walked Europe.
Well, maybe it has a resurgence. Shut up. Recent security plus computers plus security.
Much like Tiberius, apparently.
I was gonna say Jean Luc.
That's just
Don't be messing with
French.
Jaws. They're like English light.
I
What's
think
that?
those are
Hate mail on my
favorite.
email.
I certainly do not have a focus for looking up missing person. Because Smith didn't make it an order, so it's a request. um. Yeah, we'll do one threat to momentum. Just to be. Yeah. Yep. And then made a momentum back anyway.
Well, considering you're on the Achilles, it's your ship to roll.
Oh, yeah, computer security. Oh, right. The Achilles computer security.
Is better than you think.
Yeah, I was like, huh.
There's a lot of security officers aboard willing to help you. It's like, huh? Oh yeah.
There's just already an intelligence office on the ship. It's like, wow.
It's like, wait, you have a dedicated office just for intelligence? Yeah, there's tactical office, intelligence office, internal security office. What, you don't have those in the other ships? Like, no.
I mean, given half this crew's from the Peltist, I think they know the other ships don't have that.
Yeah, it's all the specialists and enlistees going, sir, yeah, no, we're the best one in the fleet. They're not built for that. They're talkie ships and scanny ships.
How does it feel no longer having a single closet for medical?
We
It
have
wasn't a closet, it was a quarters.
we
It was a
have
bed.
we have 2 beds now.
You should have access to the Windows Solari sheet in the under main characters.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh boy!
And that's, looking that up and then just forwarding that to Myth. Specifically, oh, look, here's the exact right person, so you don't need to try and message the wrong one accidentally.
That I'll open it up so Myth can see it as well. I just forgot to note where its current assignment is. That would have been annoying.
Oh,
there you go.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
Any questions about the file or the person? You find him. He's where he's stationed, what his position is. He's a member of Starfleet, so looking him up. The only reason the difficulty was high was for the same reasons that Jessica Solari pointed out. It's that he was been bounced around a bunch because security. He became a person of interest due to the events of the USS Luno, and they basically were keeping him from ever getting any real amount of authority or power or ranking up, so like making him harder to investigate. So they just kind of had him transferred a bunch while they investigated him. Eventually, they just they said, "Okay, we're done looking at him now," and they let him go where he wanted. So he's like, "You know what? I'm going up to the Shackleton. Forget this."
Oh, great. The Shackleton.
Hey, it's unexplored territory and it's far away from the politics of the Central Federation Starfleet complex. So he's like, "Nope, see ya. I'm going to deep space."
Yeah, one question would be, no ties to people that we know are, what are they called again?
Tripolity.
Tripolity.
Tripolity, yeah.
For one momentum, I'll answer that.
Yeah, I think that's a good one to know.
He has no ties to the Tripolity. He is a staunch anti-militarist.
Oh, good to know.
Part of why security looks at him funny because he always gives security grief. He's the first to declare a look for a quick check of the baffles for Section 31 agents, which annoys every security chief he's ever worked with.
I'm sure.
Like, do we have to check? Well, I'm going to raise the alarm. Oh, fine, we'll look. Damn it, Solari.
Yeah. Right. Unless there's anything Myth particularly wants to know. No? Okay. Yeah.
All right. Oh. Uh-oh.
That was Efrix, not Myth.
I was gonna say
Okay.
that was effort.
So that's it for
Oops.
you then?
Yep.
I
Barter?
was muted briefly.
Oh, you were muted?
Whoops.
Was there anything you wanted to know, Myth?
I was just gonna say I don't think I told you like any of the stuff about the Luno, so whatever you know about that is from your own security clearance.
You're Varder's now in the loop about the Luno because you looked into his file because that's the only reason you get clearance on that is because you have an intelligence tag. It's
I
like,
figured.
here's the Luno situation. It was a disaster.
It's also, there was an intelligence officer there who read a very detailed.
Who was pulling their hair going, oh god, we had Section 31 here and there was shooting and we have to make this classified as all hell because we have the sapient life form that we have to protect.
Oh
Like,
man,
it was a
this
mess.
Section 31 Tellarite that looks like pens dissolved.
Yeah, it's like this was a creepy freaking report, and Solari was very shouty and very angry that we didn't catch it. It's like, look, they're good at this, all right? What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Oh.
sorry, the spies beat us for once. That happens, you know.
Yeah, him being shouty and angry about that is actually reassuring in a sense. So
Yeah, and like the way that Myth was talking to Varder about it was definitely like, I am concerned about his safety. Look into it. Not I'm concerned about him being dangerous. Look into it. I think. So.
Yeah, this guy looked like if you were a member of Section 31, you wanted to get to this guy. He was a pain in the neck because security wasn't so much protecting him, but because they were investigating him so thoroughly, he was a pain to get anywhere near without some intelligence officer or their attaché seeing them. So, like, you know what? And by the time that he was free, it was too late. Myth was already out and free, and an
Mhm.
officer. So it's like, no, we can't getting to him gets us nothing. It doesn't increase our access. So it would have if they did get him.
Yeah, it just creates one more potential like leak.
Yeah, and with the fall of the and with Aslan falling away, it's like that basically screwed that whole operation.
Yeah.
That was one of her babies.
yeah, so it's basically just send that to Myth and send back the he's clean as well. So
Mm-hmm. All right.
which yeah, you can pass on to Solari the bits that aren't black tape. Well, actually, I'm imagining what I send you is already covered in black tape because you don't have the tag. But hey,
Yeah. Actually.
On his time in the Luno, and then a big black box. Then he was transferred. Like, wait, what?
however, you know what's under the black box anyway. So
I do, but I don't know if you know. So we're still in the situation.
Oh,
of
I do.
Now both of us know.
I
Yeah,
just don't
you
know.
you know, but I don't know that you know, and you don't know that I know. Just making sure we're on the same page.
We'll
here.
get there later.
Yeah.
And before we check in on the place that needs resupply, Pend. Is there anyone? Who do you wish? I imagine you wanted to speak with somebody before we cut away once more.
Yes, I was intending to speak with, well, 3 different sets of people, but you can decide which one happens. I definitely want Adler last, but I was intending to speak with Wartburg and with Mr. Grennan.
Let's have you talk with Wartburg. He's very easy to get at. But at this point, Solari's off and doing her thing, much to her, after arguing with her brother for way too damn long. And he is very easy to find because he's at his corner, because the Mondo's been back for a while.
I'll chime the door.
The door opens and you kind of see someone was like near the door that kind of hit the contact on their end to open it.
I'll start heading in.
Good day, Captain.
Good day. I see the good midnight captain is here at least.
Yep, and he's free at the moment. Just reading over some reports.
Ah, fantastic. At least I'm not going to be interrupting him. Thank you.
On a casual glance, you can see that these people seem to be reviewing various reports of various agents across the Federation and, well, actually across the Alpha and Beta quadrants.
Ah,
And Warburg has like just a bunch of like stacks of pads, and he's like reading over one, pressing something, putting it down into like a yes or no pile, and then grabbing another one, reading through it. He looks up. Good day, Captain.
Good day, Mr. Wartburg. I assume you have a minute or two to speak.
I can read and talk. It's been most of my day today. Please give me a distraction.
Oh, I'm sure you're happy to have the distraction of dealing with a certain idiot member.
You'll have to narrow that down for me, Captain.
Oh, you know, the one who recently created multiple clones of a Starfleet fleet captain and tried to.
Adler,
Yeah.
Oh, he puts his pad down and kind of strokes his forehead. She was a problem waiting to happen, and she makes up for her problems in success, but this time is a bridge too far, frankly. I've had enough of her, and I can assure you that the Watch is in no way going to support or suborn her actions.
Yeah, she's got quite the list just from the last couple of days of report, which is the multiple clones, the trying to bribe a Starfleet officer who's also a member of your watch in front of other officers. I legitimately do not see a way out for her. She's shit the bed here. Wolfgang.
I'm not surprised. Like, here's the thing. Like, she has angered the Romulans, the Klingons. She's gotten in tangles with Starfleet during our exile, self-imposed exile and Exodus, of course, but still, she still tweaked the nose of Starfleet, still tweaked the nose of the Cardassians. And usually, I mean, if she broke some law, I didn't care if she did it to the bad guys. You know what I mean? The sort of people who are abusing sonic people or experimenting on them or something, but this was personal. I mean, no offense. I'm glad she saved your captain, but this was not the way to do it. There are a million different intelligence operations we could have done to help out with this. She decided to go with the clone route for whatever reason. And that just, I don't understand that reasoning, why she went with the extreme route, other than she thought she wasn't going to get a yes, which Irene being Irene, that's the kind of way she works. If she doesn't take no for an answer, which if she's against her enemies, that's great. But when she's against us, whether us or you, then she will find a way. There's a reason why she's never made agent. I don't dare give her more power than just membership allows, which pending her criminal investigation, if she's found guilty of the crimes that she's been accused of, her membership's going to be revoked. She's found innocent, then we don't hold being tried as a rule, but he shrugs. I get the feeling she's not getting out of this without the best lawyer in the galaxy, which I'm not even sure a good lawyer could get her out of this outside of a long penal duty in New Zealand or something.
And look, I agree with you with the fact of I'm not against having people bend or break some rules if it's for the greater good or it's actually for a decent purpose. But yeah, straight to cloning.
It worked. I'll give her that. I mean, I hate to admit it. It did. The stupid plan worked.
Hey, I'm not against stupid plans. It's the problem is she got caught and caught in the worst possible goddamn way.
From what I read, she basically gave herself up. Although I think that was the only way she was going to be able to give the bona fides of her legitimate Renin versus any of the clones.
The other problem is she installed the technology on a Quaqua ship.
Yeah. Well, I'll admit I don't care as much about the Qualcomm being angry.
Hey, I do. I'm the one who has to deal with them now.
Well, if you need any help from the Woohoo, you can sort that out.
Well, I'm going to be talking to Sir Grennan, who's currently in holding, to try and gain some info from him.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I may require some assistance or some leverage or some sort with dealing with this Steel Prince. Because Grennan's all carrot method seems to have led us to Irene Adler doing this.
Well, I'll start talking to some of the senators in the Illuminated Worlds and see if we can. I think if you want to go about this, the best place to come at the prince is at the Peugeot Starport Authority meeting. Attending to his summons or playing in his side of the fence is asking to be assassinated or captured or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'll start having them push for an edict to demand an answer for what they've been doing lately, and for some reason or another, they're going to invite a +1 to the meeting, and I'll make sure that +1 is one of your lot. And a retinue of appropriate skill, and he waves his hand, and other such legalities. We'll let the Woohoo worry about that. I'll just make the letter writing.
Yes, I don't intend to play by his little game anymore. I intend to not attack, but focus on what many of these smaller civilizations would focus on. If we can get on the Woohoo and the Peugeot's general good side, maybe start focusing on trade or different avenues, applying pressure different ways. I'm not against using stick as well as carrot.
In that case, I'll get some letter of recommendations written up then instead, so you can speak with the Woohoo representative, the Chigo representative of the Alliance. He waves his hand. The Awaxo and the other one, I can't remember what they're called now. But of the two vassal states, they do have representatives in Peugeot, so we can see about making sure that you get meetings with them, and maybe you can start putting a wedge between them and their overlord.
And that's one of the main reasons why I've come to speak to you about this today. Is that it could be good optics. I fucking hate doing this. It could be good optics that if with you distancing yourself from Adler's actions of assisting the Federation openly in trying to deal with this situation, because it's no matter how you look at it, she's damaged the gains you've made.
Not as much as you think. We've had a big since our push at the conference, and with Starburst Aegis being opened, we actually have some representatives there now. We've been able to, at least in this region, in the Silk Road area, we've been able to increase our reputation significantly. It's the core worlds that are going to be a problem because they don't know what happens out here, but that's always been the problem. So for now, I'm not going to do anything beyond facilitating conversation between relevant parties, merely because that's what we're best at. We aren't. It is not in the Watch's interest to act overtly too often, merely because, not because we distrust Federation as a whole, or Starfleet as a whole, or even Quaqua as a whole, but it's those who would abuse and our members or those we're trying to protect that we have to hide our actions. So I know that's probably not what you wanted to hear, but I can tell you that we are going to do what we can to help.
No, that's fine, because I'm just making the offer.
actually, further to that end, I am willing to offer one of our scions to help with your interrogations, if you so wish. As a civilian auxiliary, of course, and I'll make sure that they're of. I'll be sure to check with your intelligence officer that they are of the appropriate security clearance. I'm not going to send a Romulan at you. I know that would just complicate life. We know they're okay, but your Starfleet doesn't know they're okay. So
Oh,
I'd rather you don't have to explain that to the Admiralty.
that's fair. Because I intend to be speaking to both of our contained parties after I speak with you. So any assistance, even if it's minimal in any way, will help us with dealings going forward.
All right then. Mr. Aswad, could you go along with Captain Pentier, please, and attend to him as you need? As he needs, rather? Sure. Well, this human kind of walks over and ducks his head at you.
Pleasure. Thank you, Wolfgang. Like I said, this is a relatively shitty situation we found ourselves in. Let's try and make the best of it.
Frankly, Pend, the fact that no one's died makes this the least of my worries. I know it's a big issue to you, but I've had worse problems. And he looks at the stack. I get the feeling somewhere in there I'm going to hear worse news before the end of the day, because that's just how this job works.
I mean, technically, we've got 1 or 2 dead Grennan clones, so we do have some deaths.
Well, you got me there.
Yeah. But I shall let you enjoy the happiness of paperwork. I'll have that to do myself later on.
Good luck, Captain.
Good luck, Captain. And I'll start heading off.
So we're going to go interrogate somebody?
Kind of. We've got the clone of Grennan and everyone's favourite operative member, Irene Adler.
Oh, her. Well, this is going to be fun.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
So I'm not allowed to use any pharmaceuticals on her, right? You just want me to observe?
Pen visibly stops for a second and thinks.
No!
Oh,
I'll get back to you on that for now.
no!
I'll have them bring down my kit, just in case. You never know when a bit of makeshift alchemy will save the day. End of scene.
And that is call number 2 to the Monday game. Hey, I didn't say Pend was perfect.
I did. No,
You say
That
that.
was a mis-
where's the ships? Hold on. Trust you. Oh, this isn't gonna work. Hold on. Yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen.
We come into the system and gravity turns upside down. In space. I don't know how that works, but
The USS Maxwell Planck and the USS Kismet arrive in the Anat system.
Fantastic.
What do you do?
I say we should get some preliminary scans of the system, or at least look into the records of the system. What do we pick? Well, yeah, no. Scans of the system. What do we pick up?
Reason plus science, difficulty 0, assisted by sensors plus science.
Myth.
Alright, I'll have a plank crew roll for this.
Get one of the help to do it.
One, one momentum.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, calling it like it is, don't mind me.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, that's enough to cancel out the comp.
Yeah. Youch.
So, yeah. Oof.
Was any moment? Oh, you took no momentum. I was only gone for a second.
I don't know how long you're going to be away. Here, I'll give this back. Could have been a long bio break. I didn't want to be like, hey, hurry up. Some preliminary data starts coming in. The first couple of worlds in the star are super easy for them to get. It's the last one that's actually of more interest and difficulty. More information coming because you have pretty good sensors. It's all being messaged to you.
Got it.
Mistype there. Oh, I have the size wrong. There we go.
Maxwell Planck to USS Kismet.
Kismet here.
We're detecting the research base on Anat 3. However, it does not appear to be powered, and we're not picking up life signs.
What?
It could be there further underground, Captain. but I recommend we assume standard orbit of a Nat 3 and begin our investigation.
Agreed. Grennan turns to whoever's at tactical and says, "As soon as we're within range, see if you can hail them."
Ops looks over. You mean me, sir?
Yes. Although, isn't it usually whoever's at tactical that handles hails?
It's an engineering task.
Oh, it is. Okay.
You keep doing that to whoever's at tactical, and it keeps screwing them.
Okay. I think it's because I always remember in next gen, whenever they're
Yeah,
being
like
hailed,
Worf always
it's
answers
"We're
the hails
being
on
ha-"
next gen.
It's like we're.
Yeah.
It's like we're being hailed, sir.
They wanted to give Worf lines.
Yeah, really.
I think that's what always like throws me.
And that's
Yeah.
they're being hailed and receiving something. That's not sending
Yeah.
out a new hail. There's always someone
Right.
else sending a new hail.
Right. It's just I always assumed it's like the same terminal.
Oh, it should be. I guess Worf just is a tactical officer who also does communications. He's versatile.
Beautiful.
And to hail is control plus engineering, assisted by communications plus engineering, difficulty 0. So, are you doing the role, or are you grabbing a support character to help you?
I think it's for
Probably a support character.
yeah, probably what like Balashana.
Mhm.
So say I'll grab her for you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of a focus, maybe troubleshooting because there's difficulty trying to communicate with them.
I heard that as trivial shooting for a split second.
Trouble.
Pull!
I'm sorry, we had
Take
this
it,
same
yeah.
shit with comms buoy.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
You motherfuckers.
Uh-huh.
Picking on the guy with the British accent.
Oh, you're a northerner though, so it's not the same. Sorry.
Fucking wow.
Have to do that for my Grammy. Don't worry about me.
What the ship, Grennan?
Sure. I'll roll it. What are we rolling for the ship?
Communications engineering.
Yes, that's about right. Come on. Communications engineering. And that's a hit.
You generate 3 momentum.
Oh shit, I got a message. Captain, it appears the channel is open, but the outpost is not responding.
That's not good. I think we need to prepare an away team.
Would it,
Someone drop.
I've
It
already.
was harder.
would it be Would it be better if the plank of the Kismet got a more detailed scan being in closer orbit?
Indeed, I'm just saying. I think beginning preparations of an away team might be a good call, just in case.
What a great
But yes, but yes, Myth, if you could get us more detailed scans once we've assumed standard orbit.
With momentum, you can ask additional questions to obtain information.
Alright. One for how long has the science outpost been unpowered?
Is that one you're going to accept?
It's
Yeah.
one I'll accept. I'm trying to make sure I'm giving you an accurate answer.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Whoops, I'm in the wrong chat entirely. That would have been zero help to you.
It doesn't appear that the science post has been unpowered for any more than a week.
Hmm.
Whatever
It's an
caused them
H.
to shut
It's a.
down must have been recent.
It's an H-class planet, so if they have no power, then there must not be a breathable atmosphere down in the facility.
The atmosphere of the planet is breathable, however very thin. I don't believe enough oxygen would be a cause for concern. However, food and water would be problematic without replicators. I do not know how much of a store of emergency supplies base had.
Grennan just nods.
I would recommend we assemble an away team and investigate the outpost, search for any signs of where the team may have gone or what may have happened.
Agreed.
1 second, I'll be right back.
All right.
Of course.
Hello, Efrix.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Long time no talk.
Hey.
I have returned.
But why?
Why would you
Fine.
do that?
Actually, as I typed that into the thing, Efrix, what you need to know is in the pin. Actually, that's the important thing. Other ships have been deployed. The Achilles has been deployed elsewhere, but the Plank and the Kismet are on this world. So, of medical note, the captain has had treatment that was experimental, as you may have overheard. He also is benefiting from a positive reinforcement because Commander Wright did some parapsychological nonsensory and managed to get him on his feet. Which he signed the consent form, so she's legally in the clear. But the medical ethics board, your character's probably going to want to word with her in the near future. Because she was supposed to consult with you over that, and she kind of didn't. She kind of just went straight to the patient. You're not supposed to do that.
Hmm.
Mm.
All right. Who's that insight con roll for? Just
Uh,
whoever?
Whomever. One of you's lead, the rest assists. At the moment, FX, you just happen to be on the bridge because there's the possibility of people who are hurt down there.
Right. I'll assist with that probably because I have a 12.
Probably be a good one for the Kismet's con officer. What's a
Would.
Bacali?
Yeah. Get an activation for her.
So what's it, Insight Con?
Well,
She sure as shit doesn't have a talent for this unless glancing impacting the planet counts.
that is not what she's trying to do. So no.
Can we not?
The focuses she has is helm control, combat maneuvers, and close quarters combat. I assume no.
This is like a knowledge type role.
Yeah, I figured as much. Would you allow the determination spend for mission directive? We're trying to help the people we've been sent here for.
Hold on. Let me give it a think. Not for this role, unfortunately.
Okay. I'll spend a momentum because she doesn't have a reroll talent.
This person? Yeah.
And yeah, I don't have a thing for this Andorian, but he's gonna assist with it's not great, but no focus. God damn it. God damn it. Well, you have to get activations in for him.
That's a fail with a complication, folks.
Uh-huh.
Awesome.
Is anybody else assisting in this?
Other people can try if they want to add to the hurt train. Because you're
Yeah.
all seeing the same thing and you know the same information.
Maybe Grennan.
I was gonna say I'm gonna give it a roll.
Okay.
Hell yeah,
Come
you
on,
got it.
another complication. Oh no. You're running
Maybe
out of people.
Myth.
I could try. My insight is okay. My con is just poop.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
That's upon you all one.
Ropey Les. We're like, what's a Class H world again? I don't remember.
And
Alright,
we'll
there we
spend
go.
2 to squash.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeez.
Efrix is like an encyclopedia. Like, actually, it's wrong. Hermione Granger.
Hmm.
So what you're saying is this planet is Arizona?
Yeah, seems like. I resent the implication that Phoenix isn't actually, no, I don't. No, I don't, actually. Hold on.
Are you sure? Are you
Yeah,
sure?
no.
I was like, I live here. I can say it.
It's true, and you should say it.
Yeah. So I guess scanning for any toxic elements in the atmospheres. In the atmosphere, not the multiple atmospheres of the planet.
There might be multiple.
I mean, you do have the lithosphere and the others.
Yeah,
Those are
see?
spheres, though, not atmospheres.
It's true.
The atmospheres.
So for one momentum, I'll answer that question because you do have a scan of the place.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, The atmosphere is not poisoned, but you do detect something else that is of significant interest to an away mission. If I can get the, oops, wrong document. That would have been of zero help to you. Why is it's in the I know where it is.
How did you know what talking to Adler's going to be like?
Demon
I
world.
said, dude, the bloody do.
Just
That's why.
no help whatsoever.
This person.
Adler in your capable hands, because I've dealt with her enough the last couple of days.
Yeah, I don't think Pennington will just put up with her shit.
That's very hot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool.
It's survivable.
It's like Phoenix in the
Just
summer.
send the Cardassian.
Yeah, honestly. All right. So hot weather gear is advised down there as temperatures are approximately 56 degrees Celsius.
In the shade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's inside the outpost.
Yeah.
So no.
Due to that discovery, it will cost you no opportunity to be to be in your hot weather setups for your uniforms. If you went down there without it, you would have been taking damage every so often from just heat exhaustion.
Is it
I mean,
possible to the scan that we got to locate any structures or abnormal structures, considering it looks like a desert planet?
For one momentum, I will answer that.
So I'm taking exhaustion damage regularly anyway.
Lol.
Home. New data found.
Is it helpful data?
No, it's the better data. It's myth. Ha ha ha. Oh,
Well, debatable.
oh
I don't know about that. Okay.
wow.
Hmm. All right. Captain, Sensors is reporting that our schematics of the outpost don't quite match its current configuration. It appears a new section was added approximately 5 months ago to encompass part of the seed vault site that they discovered. We're also detecting what appears to be a missile silo beneath the outpost with a very faint intermittent power signature.
What?
I said no.
Like Miss shrugs. That's what Sensors reports.
We're going to need to send down an away team. Yeah, absolutely. Do you think you can do you think you could put together that team, Myth?
Yes, sir.
So, what is the configuration of your away team?
Modular.
Okay,
Stab
organic.
you with a pen.
All right. Let's see. Who are we gonna pull?
Our Tribble security officer, our Tribble engineering officer. Wait a minute, I didn't clear any of this.
I didn't authorize the triple sheet. Also, it has significant problems with being played remotely. Dr. Efrix, I believe if we find people down there, they will be in severe distress. I'd like to request you for the team.
Of course.
I think maybe Dref as well.
Bring down, what's her name? Dresta Garal, our Cardassian, because yeah, bringing down Cardassian to a really hot place actually is probably a good idea. Like, I'm not bringing down any Andorians.
Even in hot weather gear, they'll be dying down there. Well, not dying, but
Yeah.
like they'll wish they were.
I mean, the question is, do we have any engineers suited? Like, you got the Grazerite Valashana, but that's Kismet.
Yeah, my engineer is aquatic.
Yeah,
so
no.
He has to live inside of his tank. He can't leave.
Yeah, they have to they have to work in a pressure suit on the plank. So
A network of slip and slides to get where they need to go.
Just water slides.
You say that, but that sounds fucking awesome.
So then that's just getting to work. It's like, this isn't fun. That's how you get around.
Captain, with your permission, I'll join the team myself as well, as my frame will not be significantly adversely affected by the climate.
Very good.
All right, I think that's we'll have that be our team.
Any equipment you're bringing down with you, aside from your hot weather gear, which you will have to, aside from Myth, you don't really need it, but everyone else needs to dress in it just so they don't sweat bullets while they're there. I mean, you're going to sweat anyway, but you actually have like somewhat semi-cooled uniforms that actually have like little pipes that'll help keep you from.
Does the
sweating to death.
Cardassian need that? I'm not sure.
They actually, yeah, because of their species trait, they don't need it. They might have it, but they don't need it.
Right.
They could wear their regular uniform just fine. That's normal weather for them.
Mm-hmm.
Cardassia is pretty damn hot.
All right. I'm gonna grab an engineering kit because that is not part of my standard gear.
Okay, so that's one threat because you have no momentum to buy it with.
Yep.
Maybe Dressa to get the science kit because she's a scientist.
You have your kit.
They usually don't
you...
walk around with the kit on them, yeah. So you have a specialized science kit with her. Yep.
All right, cool.
You
I can't think of
have
anything
a
else.
kit. You have.
Shouldn't need anything beyond my standard gear, right? As far as, like, I can't think of any drugs or anything I need to.
That wouldn't be in your medical kit to begin with.
Yeah.
The only things you would worry about would be like things like neural calipers or the brain restarters. I forget what they're called, but those cost because they're not something you carry around. It's like walking around with paddles. It's like, unless I'm expecting someone to have a heart attack in the next minute, I don't like carrying this big heavy thing if I don't have to.
Maybe if there's any specialized stuff to bring down to deal with dehydration and heat exhaustion,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be in the kit, but I don't know if that would be.
I don't think there's
stuff or not.
anything in the medical, like,
Book.
directly with that. Yeah. I mean, beyond
You could-
carry an IV with me.
You could specialize your kit to be designed for dealing with dehydration problems and this environment. I would call that a control plus medicine difficulty 2 or 2 threats to create the advantage. And actually, if you do the roll, the ship helps with structure plus medicine because you're actually like digging around in your storage.
Okay. Emergency medicine as a focus?
Yeah, you're prepping for it. Yeah.
Could
Probably.
Dref assist because he'll probably take a med kit as well.
Sure. That'll give a threat because he's taking a kit with him. They didn't normally have. He has a medical kit.
Yeah, we've got decent overlap amongst the 4 people here, but I think it's good.
Plus the ship.
Also, that was Dref, but I'll get the ship now. And structure medicine.
Woo!
Oh,
Look at all that momentum.
we get so much. Makes me concerned about what's going to happen down there.
I mean, I'm more concerned about the 15 threat.
Not as bad as last night.
That's true. What did we have you up to, like 29?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, don't remind me.
So,
Right there.
any other equipment or personnel you're bringing with you?
No, we'll call back up to the ship. I think if we need anything else, they're both in orbit.
Roger.
I've got one that we may need, but I need to ask about a roll first.
Sure.
What's the difficulty of beaming down to either of the locations?
There's only one location that the guy can beam to safely, and that's actually there's like a transporter slash cargo area that's the entrance point for the outpost. So that's just the easiest way to get you in there.
Well, I was thinking if they end up needing to go to the secondary location, if the group had the transport beacons.
Pattern enhancers, yeah.
Yeah, so pattern enhancers.
Oh yeah. If you go into the silo and you go deep down there, it gets harder and harder to get you back because there's metal and crap in between you and the stars. That would cost
Yeah, that might
one
be worth it.
opportunity to bring some transport enhancers.
Yeah, well, I think that's worth paying.
Who's carrying them?
Probably fucking Dref.
I think Dreth and Myth are probably each carrying a bit.
Okay, so I'll mark that you guys are walking around with a little extra weight. Not a ton, but enough that it would be noticed. It is, how hard is it to get down there? It is this hard to get down there. Control plus engineering, difficulty 2, assisted by sensors engineering.
Right.
Who's taking? Is the plank taking this?
Yeah, I think I'd like to get another activation in for one of my supports.
Okay.
So Alphet, I'd presume.
Lieutenant Thomas Noll. Need to mark that I've used another crew support. There we go. Roll engineering. Just roll in 2 here, I think, because sensor's going to reduce it by 1. and then starship with sensors. Okay. Get 2 momentum.
New scene. You beam into pitch darkness. As the power of the station is off, therefore its lighting is off. Its emergency power seems to be off too, hence why there's no emergency lights.
Or flashlight's a thing you have to pay for.
If they are.
Shoot. Shoot! Shoot! Alright. Let's see here.
You feel the oppressive heat even in the darkness. Ugh, the sun's nowhere near you and it's hot in here. Thankfully, most of you are okay because you're wearing the right gear.
Yeah.
And 2 of you don't care.
Alright. I'm gonna look around, see how much I can see here with the species trait of being an android. As well as my embedded tricorder trait to kind of scan around.
Oh.
I have senses.
Like in the Star Trek video game where you just always
Oh,
have the
yeah.
tricorder out.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
It's so bad, but I played it. I beat it like 4 times.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
I played it. It's so bad.
Oh no.
We're playing some of the
Oh.
Elite Force, I think they were, Voyager games. I don't think I finished them though. All right, reason science.
Mine was the new
2.
Trek game that's supposed to take place between the first movie and the second one,
Oh,
where you fight the
Uh,
Born.
I don't have a focus here. Yes, I'm just gonna roll 2. All right, I hit it.
Oh, that's
And
right.
the Kirk AI is just the worst.
Yeah, I've heard that about that game.
You are standing on what is a transporter pad. That's probably what the transporter chief aimed at because they knew in the schematics where that was, and they knew it would be kept clear. So
Mhm.
they're like, this transporter down there wasn't helping them at all. It's like, that's a safe place to beam you. So I'll just beam you there. There is, and it's like a cargo transporter pad you're standing on. In the room around you, there are a bunch of crates and with various foodstuffs, building materials, spare tricorders, hot weather gear outfits, some chairs, tables, prefabs for an additional module unit. The kind of stuff you'd have in an outpost. Sensors also indicate that there is a sort of umbilical corridor that links into a adjoining module.
All right. I'm gonna go over to the station for the transporter and try and tie in the power supply from my engineering kit, so I can get us some light in here.
Oh, daring plus engineering, difficulty 2.
Ugh, daring.
And actually, it will cost you 1 momentum to extract some backup batteries from your kit. Because you're going to be
Alright.
without them later on, so you're trying to make sure you're trying to ration out how many backs you have with you. As you start plugging, you open up the panel, you start tearing out the old ones, putting in new ones.
Mhm.
Everyone in darkness just hears movement and clatter and noises, but you can't see nothing. You just hears things and movement.
Miss will say, "I'm attempting to get us some light." Take a threat. Hey. All right, re-rolling one. Hey, okay.
The emergency lights turn on. It's very minimal lighting, it's very dim, but you can at least see. Any more lighting than that would take a much bigger battery than you have in your kit, but this is enough. It's enough that you can see.
Yeah.
Commander, maybe it'd be worthwhile to ask the ships to send down flashlights.
Agreed, specialist. Commander Myth to Maxwell Planck.
Maxwell Planck here, go ahead.
Yeah, the transporter room, beam us down a set of exploration lights and a portable generator.
How many generators? Just the one?
Just one. Not planning to deploy it yet.
Two momentum, one for the portable generator and another one for the beacons. And it is another control plus engineering difficulty 2, assisted by sensors engineering to beam down the equipment request.
All right, difficulty 1. And that one momentum, I guess, just to make sure that Lieutenant Amos Nor hits it because they don't have a reroll. All right, and then the ship. All right, 2 momentum gained.
And a big old like trunk of a generator beams next to with a stack of little box-sized beacons with like little straps so you can put them on you can kind of strap them to your shoulder or you can hold them in your hand.
Thank you, Maxwell Planck. We'll be apprising again in 10 minutes.
Acknowledged.
Right.
I'll note that the generator is something that is a 2-person heft, or you need a grav lift to move it. It's fairly heavy because it's meant to power. It's a massive battery, so
yeah.
But it's meant for an away team to be able to actually pick up and drag if they have to, or lift it off the ground. There are bigger generators, but at that point you need like heavy equipment and stuff, like a shuttle or something.
Gonna hand off my transport enhancers to Dreth and carry it using
so
my trait of Android.
You get little minor warnings in your internal diagnostics that the object you're carrying is quite heavy, and if you drop it on an organic, they will feel a great amount of pain and could suffer severe crushing injuries.
Well, I am carrying it.
Yeah.
Do not trip and fall on someone.
Yeah.
It's just the thing where it's like the obviously styrofoam prop being lifted up.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that in TNG.
So yeah, you're in the transporter and storage area with some new equipment.
All right, let's move on. Maintain scans for any signs of the research team.
Yes, Commander.
So the first through the corridor is Dreth. Who's next? I'm assuming this lineup.
Yeah.
Me.
I mean, Varda likes
News.
playing Dresser.
Damn fine.
News
Obviously.
scene. The corridor that you're walking through is deserted, with sealed doors on either end. A thin layer of sand covers everything, where motes of dust float through the beams of light from your handheld beacons. Through small round windows, you can glimpse the desert world outside and the remains of wind turbines excavated from the sand. There are no signs of life inside or out. It is as if the entire scientific team vanished into thin air.
Oh well, time to go home.
Let's make our way to the data center.
The
Maybe
door
we'll be
ahead
able
of
to
you
find-
is closed.
All right. I'm gonna work to get it open.
Are you going to just power it open, or are you going to find an alternative way to open the door?
We'll do this the engineering way. Yes, I'm not just gonna force it open.
If
As
not,
fun as that
alternatively
might be.
power through it.
All right. Insight.
Insight plus engineering or con, difficulty 1.
Take threat.
Sure. I can always take threat.
Just blow on it and plug it back in.
Parks
Have
and
you
Rec
tried
moment
to-
there.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
It's already
I'm gonna fish.
Have you tried holding it in for 30 seconds?
Just hold the
Great,
power
we get
button down.
two momentum.
You recognize when you think about it that this follows the Federation's standard construct model of outposts, which means it follows the Starfleet regulations regarding emergency opening of doors. In an emergency, if power dies, they let the doors either, if they're already open, they stay open, or sometimes if it's like a hazmat problem, the doors slam shut before the power dies. But they need you to be able to open the door. So there's like a little panel in the just above the door in a corner. If you open that up, there's like a little hand actuator you can pump multiple times, and it will pull the door open through hydraulics.
Specialist Dreth, if you'll get the door open, you should find the access up above it.
Sure thing, Commander. And I would like to get physical with the actualizer.
Hmm.
Let's get physical.
The door's partially open, but not wide enough for someone to squeeze through at first. A wall panel to the left of the door has been blasted open with a phaser. It contains a mechanism meant to crank open the doors in the event of a power failure, but it seems the mechanism is broken. It's like you're able to use your actuator, but they're supposed to be like the other one was destroyed. So your half of the door opens, and then when you start moving through, the other side is just wide enough that you can kind of peek through, and you're like, yeah, someone busted this. So you're gonna have to actually force this open.
It also sounds like a draft task. Would you allow the focus of hand to hand, one hand on each door?
Increased complication.
Yeah, because it's funny.
Yeah.
That's some sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Take a threat for the reroll.
Sure.
Reroll.
Nice.
As you're able to force the door open that last little bit by just muscle strength. More clearly in the center of the room, you can see the decaying body of a human sitting at a terminal with a power cable coiled around his neck. His stiff arms reach for the cable in a desperate bid to save himself. The expression on his face, a look of horror, captures his last agonizing moments. You can see a patch of shaved hair on the back of his head that reveals a treated wound, suggesting this man suffered from a recent head injury. And from the file, from the briefing of this place, you recognize this man as Dr. Stephen Kale, the head archaeologist of this facility.
Roger.
Before the doctor goes up to him, I think Dreth will just go up to the intersection and look left and right.
It's giving me those pancake aliens from TOS.
Tactics.
I'll take it.
I'll spend a momentum. I'll just squash.
Woof.
I mean, we
You
should
see
see.
the signs for hydroponics and control. Looking around the room, you see there's various control panels. This is the this way reveals that is the multi-purpose laboratory. This way is hydroponics, and you're standing in in the central control module. So there's various control panels. It's like a station ops, but a lot more civilian, so it's not as high tech as a Starfleet facility. But this is where you would normally access all the systems of the outpost.
The door's closed.
The doors are closed, but it looks like the actuators are not blasted shut like the one you just walked through.
Okay, then I'll signal for the rest of the team to come up. Yeah, because the last thing I want to do is put the commanding officer and the doctor in immediate harm.
I have my tricorder out trying to figure out what.
This man died by auto asphyxiation.
No.
Insight medicine, difficulty 1, to guess at what happened to this poor man. Normally, you would use reason and talk with the patient, however, the patient is unable to give answers.
Xenobiology or emergency medicine?
I take Xenobio, sure.
Let's take one for cautious because we want to know what happened here.
Generate 3 momentum.
Glad my rolls have, knock on wood, not been rolls. So that wasn't funny. Well, that's worried.
What is it, Doctor?
It looks like someone's been playing with neural surgery. Something was implanted here and then later removed.
I see.
Has little to do with his cause of death, though. He died from lack of oxygen. I've struggled. Is there any offensive wounds besides, the fear?
Say again.
Are there any defensive wounds? Like, we laughed about this question, but
For one momentum.
yeah. Was he struggling with someone or was he struggling with himself?
Or was he not struggling?
Signs of struggle are present.
I mean, we all struggle with ourselves every day.
I know. I was gonna say, who is
Oof.
it really?
Oof. Woof.
Oh, does he have something coiled around his neck? Did I miss that?
Think so?
A power cable is coiled around his neck. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I said
Okay.
he was strangled.
Got it. I missed that.
Ah. But you've confirmed that it wasn't a mock-up.
Yeah. Yeah. He, based on the wounds to his and the nature of this, she indicated through it, something he expected. He wasn't able to fight whoever did it, just try and pull it off.
That's unnerving.
Maybe it would be worth plugging in that generator into this unit to try and get some idea of what the base is up to.
Agreed.
Does he have any, on him, like dads, anything like that?
Unfortunately, not.
That would be too easy.
I mean, it would be just like us to, leave the body and not check for that, so.
Actually,
Yeah.
notable. What's weird is that this won't even cost anything. Like a casual glance, your average Federation citizen or scientist would have a tricorder, a pad, even a Type 1
Pad.
phaser for tools. This guy has nothing.
Hmm.
All right.
Point that out.
Understood. Give you a threat for the reroll. All right.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love how much we love giving the GM threat.
Mm-hmm.
For
When
yourself.
you give it a think, there's nowhere really here to plug in the generator into anything without basically tearing things out and possibly damaging things. But with an outpost like this, the power isn't distributed like it would be on a starship. It's centralized into a main reactor core area, and that's where you'd have to plug in this generator to get it to work. Because once you get that generator going, then that emergency battery even the one you're just hauling around, that could power the whole outpost, at least to get all the computers and lights to turn on for the entire facility. Because they don't have to worry about shield generators, phasers, and all this other stuff. They just need air support, life support, and lighting, and other
Alright.
censored facilities. So,
Then that would be in the downward direction?
You're not sure what direction to go. You see that signs down looks this way. Arrows, come back. This way says multi-purpose laboratory. This way says hydroponics.
Can I reference the layout of the facility from our scans?
For one momentum.
I will do so.
The reactor is this direction. There's at least 2 modules between you. Yeah, you have to go through either the hydroponics and habitat module, then the reactor, or multipurpose laboratory, infirmary, reactor. So.
All right, here's our 2 paths to the reactor room, which I think we should head to get power back to the station and see if we can access their computers. Does anybody have an opinion on habitation versus infirmary, where we might find people?
The only thing I would say is, no matter which way we go, I should probably be the one to enter first.
Great specialist.
Maxwell playing to away team.
Away team here.
Confirming status.
We're attempting to reach the reactor room. We have found the body of, shoot, what was his name? Dr. What's it?
Of the research lead.
Yeah. That'll do. Of Dr. Stephen Kale.
Do you want me to report this up to the fleet captain?
Go ahead.
Passing on. Maxwell Planck to USS Kismet.
Kismet here.
Away team has found one deceased person, the head of the research facility, one Dr. Stephen Kale. They're continuing inward toward the reactor to get power going again.
The fleet captain tenses up. And slowly, gets to his feet, puts a hand to his mouth. Understood. Keep me apprised of the situation as it develops.
Aye, sir. Away team, no further update from fleet captain, so other than maintain appraisal. So we'll check in again in another 15 minutes there, Captain.
Confirmed.
Acknowledged.
All right, folks. Let's get to that reactor. Head through the infirmary.
Heading this way.
Yes, Commander. I love dropping into the growl voice.
Yeah.
Whoops, it's the wrong switch. This switch.
Voices are fun.
I mean, I'd go
As
deeper,
you-
but it makes no sense.
Ahead of you, you find a module that contains the various archaeological and climatological laboratories. Nothing's powered on because the central reactor isn't on, but you can see various computers and samples of various bits and pieces of the planet.
Is it possible to have a quick look in the room and at this entrance to see if it's closed and nothing moving?
Inside plus security, difficulty 1.
Tactics again?
Yep.
I'll spend momentum. Like he's a bold security officer, but I've got the momentum to squash.
No threats in the area or in the door ahead.
And signal for everyone to come through.
The door ahead says infirmary.
Hmm.
Maybe, Drella, you should put some form of a rebreather on. We don't know exactly what could be in the infirmary or the hydroponics.
Do we have that equipment with us?
For one momentum, you can start digging it out of your kits. Spending some time to affix it to your faces and stuff.
Well, I mean, Efrix and Dref is in a suit. Myth is an android. The only one that would need a rebreather would be.
The hot
I think
weather
yours
suits
in
don't
hot
have
weather
rebreather.
gear.
Yeah. Hot weather gear doesn't come with a rebreather.
If that's the case, yeah, we'll just spend one to give people rebreathers because in a medical ward, if something's a pathogen, you don't want to be breathing that shit in.
Yeah,
And
think of
technically,
this.
I'm resilient to that, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the hot weather things are more like the still suits from Dune. They're good at keeping you cool and
Okay.
but keep you cool, but that's it. They're not really meant for. They're not an EVA suit per se. Like also think of like the sleeves of the uniform are a little more skin tight, and you can see like little piping along it to maintain the cooling fluid.
Fair enough.
So you guys look funky compared to the average Starfleet officer, but it's the thing you do if you're on a really hot planet.
Commander, shall I continue?
Should we
That's fine.
spend?
Yeah, I spent for it.
Yeah. I agree.
And same as usual, entry, look around, exit entry, and anything that could be dangerous.
The small infirmary seems to be in disarray. Medicine and equipment are scattered on the floor around a dried up body of what would be the outpost's engineer. A large stain mars the front of his red shirt. His left arm holds the edge of a biobed as if he had been trying to hoist himself up. His other arm clutches a hypospray. Inside security difficulty 1, since you're looking around. That's just obvious. You just see that in the room. It's like, oh, well, there's a guy.
Same again, I'll spend a momentum.
Okay.
Like, I like giving you
Engineering. Wouldn't he be yellow? Or gold? Or is it red now? Because he's...
Well, he's a civilian. He's just wearing a shirt.
Yeah, he's a dead shirt.
Uh-huh.
I didn't say it was a good joke.
Looking around the room, there seems to be no present threats in the area. There is a passageway that... There's two passageways. One way says reactor. The other way says... what does it say? Hold on.
Wouldn't it be habitat?
Where's my typing tool? There it is. I would say module, because that's self-evident.
Oh, seed vault.
but there are no present threats in the area.
Dreft will go in and he'll signal everyone else to come in as well.
Beeline for the body.
Meow.
I think she said
Forward
beeline, not Doppler.
Insight plus medicine, difficulty of 1.
This dude is dead.
Blah, blah, blah. Emergency medicine or xenobiology.
I'll take xenobiology.
Right, spending for caution. Ugh. Can I tell what was in the hypospray? Did he manage to administer it before expire?
Whatever's in there has expired. Whatever it was had a can only be outside of its module for a short time before it was put in a patient.
Okay. Wasn't sure if there was some kind of like chemical residue. I have a guess. Can I take a look at the wounds?
For one momentum, I'll answer that. I have a way to answer this. That makes sense to what you were doing.
Okay, yeah. Hmm. Does he have a wound on the back of his head?
He does not. Actually, it is invisible, like you don't see the shaving, but when you scan it, you see that it has been. Oh, no, there isn't one. Sorry, I take that back. There isn't one.
Okay. I would have thought something clean or why would he go for that? Can I take a look at the wound? They look like shrapnel. Like, were they put there? Were they?
For one
Was he like? Yeah, sure.
For one momentum, sure.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out. I was like, oh, this poor human.
Human, yep.
Man. What a horrible way to go. engineer appears to have suffered abdominal trauma due to high velocity projectiles.
He was shot with a crude projectile weapon.
Seems like it. Didn't kill him immediately, but the sepsis caused by the infection did.
Something more disturbing.
What I don't understand, if I were shot and in extreme pain and dying from an infected wound, since it's in that hypo spray, that's not what I would have gone for. Something was scarier than the pain was bad. That's to block neural connections and erasing.
He was trying to forget something.
Prevent something from the first victim had something implanted and then removed. He doesn't show that same trauma, but maybe he was afraid of it.
Understandably so.
More afraid of that happened to him and of dying from a belly wound.
It may be worth, instead of heading to the reactor next, to maybe try the hydroponics and the habitat, so we can gain more information on the possible deceased.
Does he have is he also missing like any kind of tricorder, weapon, kit, pad?
It's hard to tell due to the disarray of the room. One of the tricorders in here or one of the pads could have been his, but it's hard to tell. This place is a mess. Like he was
it's
stumbling and
possible.
crashing into things.
I mean, it's possible he just wanted to sting anything and grab whatever he could get. Like that is also a possibility as far as why he picked the hypo that he picked. But
actually, I'll note that one of the as you think about it more and you look around the room, it looks like the thing decayed not because he didn't use it, but because that was the residue left in it. He shot himself with this stuff and then it didn't work because he grabbed the wrong thing. But he had that more ready available than he did have the other medical stuff, as if this was on tap. Like this was what he was expected to have ready to go at a moment's notice.
why would they have that ready to go and not simple hypos for urgent?
Maxwell playing 2-away team.
Away team here.
Checking on status.
We found another body. The engineer. Things aren't adding up here quite how we'd expect. It doesn't appear that the deaths were necessarily due to a loss of power. That may be an unrelated or tangential issue. What kind of look over to the doctor. Dr. Afrix has determined that this individual died due to projectile wounds, which suggests some form of hostilities, either among the researchers here or from an external force. Have the plank go to yellow alert and have the transporter bay keep a lock on us.
Standby away team. With the request of yellow alert, I have to inform the fleet captain.
Just pass on our findings.
Roger. Here it goes. Maxwell Plank to USS Kismet.
Brandon, you are muted.
The captain's asleep in his chair.
Kismet here. I assume you have a new update for me?
Yes, we have a request from your away team to engage yellow alert due to the unusual and suspicious circumstances at the outpost. They have found the body of the outpost engineer, Archer Corwin, who died in suspicious circumstances due to what they suppose to be projectile wounds.
Projectile wounds.
We have requests from away team to engage yellow alert and to maintain our transporter lock, informing you due to the increased nature of the area, sir.
Yeah, that's for the best. Engage
both-
yellow alert. And
both ships
Brennan
raise their
turns.
shields.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Commander.
Was searching the medical bay for any of the doctors' notes. They had a medic. They had a medic, so
With all the computers powered off, they don't really say anything.
got it.
Commander, so do you wish to go straight to the reactor, or do you wish to go to hydroponics and habitat?
I think we should see if we can access their computer systems, which necessitates some form of power.
Understood. I'll start the process of opening the reactor.
Very good.
Wrong button. Try again. There we go.
Same as usual, GM.
Standby. The doors to the reactor module are partly open as you approach them, with scorch marks and holes that cover the computer consoles on the far wall. Conduits snake across the ceiling from the terminals to a fusion reactor. The reactor itself seems intact but is powered down. Likely due to the computer failure, the failsafe mechanism would have turned on and prevented the reactor from going critical. And it seems that the emergency batteries have been destroyed.
This is most peculiar.
I'd say take a threat so I can reroll for this one. And I'll fish because I'm funny. I mean, it's looking like it's been purposely sabotaged so there wouldn't be power.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Commander,
A specialist.
there's some strange prints here.
Elaborate.
They seem to be coming from some large arthropod, and there's some shell casings from a projectile weapon. It seems to have been here recently, so be on guard.
Understood. Your analysis of the damage to the power, does that come from projectile weapons or from phasers?
Probably from projectiles, correct, GM? With the holes in it.
Yeah.
I believe projectiles, Commander.
See. With that in mind, let's refrain from setting up the power immediately. Myth will put down the generator.
Kerthunk.
Should we check the other rooms? Because these prints are recent.
Yes, let's proceed.
How advised to stay close and to be on guard.
Myth will pull out a phaser.
Could try
Not.
to scan ahead, see if I can pick up anything.
Thank you, Doctor.
That's the wrong one.
Check for life signs.
Yeah, maybe Garal can
Honestly, I
help us.
probably should have been doing that. How would I do my job?
He's just summoned an eye.
Oops.
What is
That's
that?
That's your generator.
Okay, cool.
Just indicating that you dropped it there. I presume you're leaving it in there, not in the infirmary.
Yeah.
Which means you're not in. Oops, you're supposed to have. You still have your gear. There we go. You're not slowed down anymore. You're not slowed down anymore, rather.
So do we wish to approach from habitat or hydroponics?
Continue on to the habitat section.
Yes, Commander. And I'll have Dref obviously enter first, scan, look around.
Yeah, do you want to scan before we open?
Go for it.
Yeah, maybe the Doctor and Garal to do scanning.
Yeah, Grell can assist. There.
Unless it's beside, well, in which case, I will.
Come on, Varda, it's your favourite character.
Oh, you wanted me to roll for her?
Yeah, it's your favourite.
Uh,
You know, Cardassians.
yeah. Sure. Let me open her sheet.
Xenobiology?
Yep.
Take one for caches.
Cooperation.
Say what?
Cooperation focus.
Yeah, that's a focus. Okay. Or he chose that as a focus. More my surprise.
Someone did.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll work here. You are. Graal's working with somebody. Yeah, it's
her
in there. Hear me.
Talent of duty and discipline. There's a bonus momentum. Congratulations.
But yeah, I would note to the rest of the crew as we head on. I don't know whether this creature or whatever it is hostile or not. But we should be careful.
Myth will nod.
Scans reveal something. Hold on.
You don't say.
Something. Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh,
Is it something somewhere?
someone, some way.
Somehow.
Okay.
But
I'm not getting any life signs.
Neither.
Maybe it's something that's resistant to scanning.
Or, you know, a murder robot.
Yeah, if it's not organic, it may not
Does
pick up
not
on.
look at Myth when saying that.
Uh-huh.
Someone's looking to
mean-
be demoted.
Perhaps
Has a life sign reading, doesn't she?
You would
Not
have to
on the
recalibrate
class
for
response.
inorganics because they don't register
Yeah.
normally.
Myth can be scanned for.
Yeah.
She would
Broaden
not be mistaken
your
as a life sign.
perhaps broaden your parameters to include non-standard definitions.
And
We have
first
certainly
time
dealt
we've
with life that does not conform to our
life, but
predisposed.
not as we know.
Exactly.
We're going for all of them tonight.
Current, but able to narrow down what of non-organic.
For an extra momentum.
What do you think, team?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what we're facing. Keeping an eye out, moving chords. Behind the huh. So, and that was up with the
Sorry. repeat that.
primitive machine bipedal. It matches up with the projectile. We've seen it's some kind of primitive.
Woke something up from down in the missile silo, and it's going around. What do you know?
That last bit I'll note because you don't see any like trailing cords or
Oh.
anything. This thing's moving around on its own.
Got it. Likely.
I see.
Orders, Commander?
I believe we have to determine what happened here still. Let's press on, but be prepared for hostilities.
Understood.
Update.
Yes.
Your crew and the captain.
Away team to Maxwell Planck and USS Kismet.
Kismet here.
Plank here.
Our investigation has led us to what we believe to be a simple, somewhat simple, automata, perhaps a defensive measure from the previously mentioned missile silo or seed vault.
Hmm.
Dr. Effers can give you a more full report. We are proceeding with
see.
caution to try to find any other evidence of the remaining crew, remaining science team.
Very good.
Do we have any idea on locomotion? Is it tracked? like a wheeled machine.
Biped.
Yes, but
Bipedal.
Bipedal.
That's inefficient. For primitive machines, of course.
It's like
mhm.
Oof.
Talking shit like its own commander's not bipedal.
What I mean to say is that
The
primitive
processing
machines,
required
yeah,
is more extensive for that form of locomotion. Agreed.
which means it was either done due to difficult terrain, aesthetic reasons, the worst reasons, but possible, or there was something that required it to appear not merely aesthetic, but also just the fact that it was more easy to see, like androids. But if we're talking primitive tracks, like bipedal tracks, then whatever it is would be have very simple artificial AI, because you wouldn't bother putting an advanced AI inside of a grav bot or a assistant module. That'd be just a waste of the chips.
We should be hear it coming.
Agreed. You'll likely hear the foot. They have no real whatever structure it's supporting, and if it's supporting some sort of weapon. If we're talking primitive era type stuff, we're talking a vehicle mount variety. So you're going to hear that thing clunking and clanging as it goes through the halls.
one would hope.
The only downside is
Furthermore-
that it's hard to scan for such things. They don't have very advanced power structures. Usually with, I would actually suggest adjusting for watching for minor fusion or oil gas combustion systems. That our trackers don't normally look for that, but if you tailor it for that, you might have an easier chance. You might get a quicker scan of them than normal.
Additionally, I should inform for mission log that it appears this automaton is destroying or was destroying the power systems of the facility, as well as apparently killing the engineer.
Bizarre.
Yes, motive has not yet been determined if there is something significant enough for that.
Hmm.
Any new orders, Captain? Fleet Captain?
None at the moment. We still have no idea what happened down there.
Be warned, away team, that even with our sensors watching you, given how low its energy signature is going to be, your tricorders have a better chance of seeing it before it gets to you. We're only going to see it on a grand scale if it's in a large number. If it's just a
Understood.
single drone moving around, we won't see it before it gets to you.
Exercise caution.
With this in mind, I think it would be wise to send down a security team to assist Specialist Dreth here.
I'll get on organizing that away team.
Will cost either a crew support or one threat and one momentum to have a security detail be ready to be beamed down.
Probably a crew support would be best.
Yeah.
So use the last one for the Kismet.
And now it's control engineering, difficulty 2, assisted by sensors engineering to beam them down. They can just beam down into the reactor because they have a friendly signal to work with.
We also have the transport enhancers, so we'll put them down now as well.
If you use them, they only have 3 charges, just so you know. If you use them,
Yeah, I think we
although
should
it would bring the difficulty down by 1 more because you'd have if you're using them.
I think we want these for if we end up going down into the missile silo.
Okay. So do you want your guy to roll, or do you want Balashana to roll?
Let's go for Belashana. I think coming from the Kismet, so it makes sense.
Okay, no. Transporter's focus. Well, we've got bold engineering, so we're going bold. Do I want to fish?
With 4? I don't know.
I'm guessing the ship helps with sensors engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. A security detail beams into the reactor room, their weapons drawn, and they look around and quickly scan the area, and then they nod to the away team.
We have a probably hostile, simple mechanical drone. Presumably one, potentially more.
Hi, Commander. You and you. You go with the specialist over there. You go with the doctor. I'll go with the commander. And you go with the ensign. Let's stay on everyone's shoulder. Keep your heads on a swivel. If you see anything, tap the person next to you. And Dreth, feel free to direct your aide over there. The crewman there can use your experience. You may be new, but he's a crack shot, so just point him and he'll hit it, whatever it is.
Appreciative.
We're all ready to go, Commander.
Go.
And yep, I'll continue the draft of opening door, scanning, moving forward.
You now all have the benefit of a security team advantage.
Yay!
Your security team's with you.
Oh.
Whoops, that's the wrong folder.
You need to keep-
Module ahead contains a mess hall and living quarters for 5 scientists, the medical doctor, and the engineer. It looks abandoned and untouched.
What to the degree of where I don't need to roll?
Yeah, this is a Div 0 task, so you look around and your guy scans around with you, and you both are able to confirm there's nothing hostile ahead of you.
Then I'll move forward to the hydroponics and signal everyone to follow through. And I shall continue into hydroponics.
This module provided the scientists with fresh fruits and vegetables, although since the power's been out, the plants have all died.
A little hot for them.
They just get the right kind of plants.
Anything in the hydroponics bay?
Nothing hostile in the hydroponics bay. Other than, please don't eat any of the vegetables. Or the fruits. You will get very, very sick very, very quickly.
Probably. Then, yeah, I'd probably be heading up to the seed vault door and... Again, same.
The door is sealed. The emergency mechanism to open the door in the event of a power failure has been sabotaged. And actually, as you look at it, you notice there's a trail of blood that leads down the corridor. And you start doing some quick thinking in your head. You saw some weird stains elsewhere that didn't really mean anything to you.
He
And
sealed it
somebody-
and gone to the infirmary.
Yeah, he went,
All right.
and probably actually went all the way, broke that one, and then broke that one.
Mm-hmm.
Commander?
Or-
It maybe seems as if both the vault doors may have been sabotaged. We may need power to open them. If that being the case, maybe myself on one side and the security team on the other.
With the sabotage
Uh,
that you've observed, does it seem like the doors will be able to be opened even with power?
GM.
You'd be able to remotely open them through the like there's a side panel that would normally open the door, but that has no it doesn't work without power. It needs a central computer to talk to or be an interface. All it is now is a fancy bit of glass that's blank.
We just need power.
All
Get
right.
a scan of what's in there.
You can try.
Yeah.
Fine. I will.
I think this would be a good time for Gorel to assist as well.
Um, weird thing to spend it on. Surgeon's Award?
Say again.
The Surgeon's Award, which lowers a medical task.
Oh yeah. You're scanning for life forms and stuff. Fair enough.
Spending we're cautious.
Do I spend 3?
Yeah. Um. Xenobiology?
I'll take it.
And Vada, do I get Gorel or do you want me to do it? Like, I'm just trying to give you something to do, bud.
That's fine. Yeet. And bonus momentum because I helped. Look at that.
Yeah.
So that was
It's
8
like being an
momentum.
innocent makes everyone your superior.
Wiffle! Huzzah!
All right. We've got one bonus for a question. That's Corral's good at assisting people.
Too bad you can't assist with Vada's prejudice.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm on it tonight.
you are.
I think Burr has proved that he's willing to work with Cardassians. He has to.
Yeah.
He tries.
I mean, it's about all you can ask in that situation, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like.
I mean, Vada tries, they try his patience, you know. But works both
Typically.
ways.
Remember the one I
Fighting.
interrogated? I didn't kill that one. The Klingons did. He tried to
All
kill
right,
me,
you're
though.
you're right, but it doesn't sound good. I didn't kill that one.
I'm not saying I have never killed Cardassians. I have killed many of them.
Mm-hmm.
You've
They
also
like to call it war crimes. I got pardoned, so well.
Also, there were a lot of war crimes on both sides, which doesn't make it better, but does explain a bit.
What? It's the Picard. I don't let my officers commit war crimes. Cisco. I let my officers commit war crimes occasionally as a treat.
as a treat.
Okay, so that one does not happen. Boop. Boop.
I feel like I'm about to get a big information dump. Yep.
I mean, it's also a seed vault, so it would have a lot of organic matter in there anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, makes sense.
You know, Myth could survive that. Maybe.
What? What? What?
They're just throwing you under the bus.
I mean,
We're not saying
Heck.
we're gonna do it.
I mean, maybe Grell could survive it if she had the heat suit on, right?
Ah, temperatures.
Yeah, it gets warmer.
Yeah.
How much warmer?
Hot.
Yes.
Okay, that is
That is
Is
not an
the-
objective measurement.
Scientific method is never starts with certainty.
It gets super fucking hot.
Yeah.
The way to
Uh,
find out exactly how hot
Like,
is probably
it's-
to climb in
it's-
there.
Yeah,
Off-
it's like normally hot out here. It's like super hot in there. Jesus. I mean, who's that? Approximately 95 degrees Celsius. It's hot.
Oh,
see.
jeez.
Like really hot. Um, lots of lights and cameras and speakers. in there.
What, no action?
I was thinking the exact same thing. Um, is the seed vault is newer than the other parts of the base?
the module over like this actual circular structure, the
Uh-huh.
vault was already here. They built this
Got it.
over it.
So the seed vault will be there, but the module is newer than.
Yep.
Is it newer than the rest of the modules?
Yes. Because this place has been here for years. They've only just installed this module. Well, just
So
compared to the rest of the facility.
yeah, compared to the facility module and the excavation they're in is more recent, approximately 5 months.
That lines up with the reports.
Apparently, the further you go down, the hotter it gets.
God damn it.
I'm
Got
12.
him.
Why would you need speakers? The camera makes sense.
Perhaps as a warning system?
Maybe.
Maybe a communication device if they found something.
Perhaps.
But I'm not picking
Regardless.
up anything living or active. Which
All right
Power
then.
be able
Let's
to
see if we can access the computer systems, repower the facility to basic levels.
Myself and the security team can hold each of the doors until you find what you need.
Very good. I'm going to go and establish the power generator.
Dr. Anderson, it's probably best if you go with the commander.
We don't have to open it right away if we can get those cameras up and running.
No, I mean as a precaution in case it automatically opens up.
Very good.
Disagreeing with you.
All right, Jim. I'm gonna wire in the emergency generator.
So as you start looking around and getting, pardon me, start assessing what you need to fix, plugging in the battery is half the problem, but there's one problem here. You have no computer, the computer consoles are damaged, so you can't actually check the status of the reactor beyond it making noises. So you actually need control consoles to be installed.
Would the engineering kit provide temporary, like, analysis equipment? To that extent, it's like if you're deep in the bowels of a ship, you need to plug in and.
You could bypass the installing new consoles, but you'd be increasing the difficulty and complication of everything you're doing by one, because you're having to check a tiny tricorder screen and then page around rather than a full bank of console lights.
It was the multi-purpose laboratory busted when we came through, or was it just powered down?
It's just powered down.
Then can Dref and the security team just bring some consoles from there?
You could. Hold on. That would be.
I mean,
daring
difficult.
plus-
Yeah.
Daring plus engineering difficulty 2 to remove them in a way that makes them usable later. Like, you're not just hauling them out, you're actually trying to properly uninstall them and then carry them carefully over to the reactor room. I mean, they're sturdy to a degree, but you don't want to make your life any harder after uninstalling them.
I think the security team might need to help Myth on that one.
Alternatively, could I use the engineering tricorder stuff to reroute control to the laboratory? Is the base connected enough for that?
You'd have the same difficulty increase. You'd have to basically snake power all the way there, power on one
Right.
console to interface.
Never mind then.
I will point out the one thing you know about outpost maintenance is that you would have these panels in storage. It would just cost 2 opportunity to have it brought out of storage on one of the ships.
All right. Yeah, sure. We'll pay that. We have 6.
And someone to beam down.
Yeah, now you need to beam them down.
Yeah. Away team to Maxwell Planck. We need some data consoles. The ones here are damaged. We're going to try and restore power and access the computer records of the facility. Control engineering diff 2. Yes.
Well, I mean, diff 1 due to the fact of its sensors.
Yeah.
They collect some 302B control consoles.
Actually, let's have the Kismet do this.
The kids would do some work. Lazy
Yeah.
ship full of lazy crew.
Mm-hmm.
Transporters. I'll just roll the 2 because it's a diff 1. I can swash that in a second.
Damn it, penned.
I'll just squash it with what I gained.
Okay. Some new consoles are beamed into your location. These big black slabs of computer technology, which to an untrained eye just look like bits of glass, but it's like no, these actually like there's electronics and computer interfacing systems in there and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So now to install these things and replace the damaged consoles, this is control plus engineering. difficulty of 2. Yep.
Augmented control, Starfleet protocols for repair stuff.
I'll
And
take it, yeah.
Take a threat for the reroll.
Sure.
So much threat.
Damn. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. I don't think I'm gonna fish.
Okay, so you've gotten the first step of the repair process done as you start pulling out the control consoles and making sure you're not damaging any cords that weren't already damaged, figuring out what you can salvage, what's like, nope, that's gone. We're in for... But since you have an engineering kit, you have spare wires just lying around, so you just kind of replace them. Now actually installing the stupid thing. It's another difficulty 2 check.
Right. Everything's
So you
same.
start fitting the panels into place.
Take one more for the reroll again. See, that's why I need to reroll. There we go. So that's 4 successes. It was 5 successes on the previous one, by the way.
Okay. Anything you wish to do with the float? You still have one more step to the process.
Advantage of this is being done very safely.
Sure. I'll eat 2 of that for that. Anything else to the remaining?
I can't think of anything.
Poof. All right. The last step is to get all the circuits connected together, bypass the damaged bits so you don't have something spark dangerously at you, especially in a reactor room. So you're looking at daring plus engineering. But difficulty 1 because you have been keeping careful track of what's alive, what could be a live wire, and what couldn't be a live wire, and keeping yourself safe, so you don't
Alright.
flip this thing on and accidentally blow something up.
Cool. Take another threat. Definitely need to reroll on this one.
Please
Yeah.
don't blow up. That's
All right.
Uh-oh. Oh, you rerolled.
Yeah.
You've got it all plugged in. You do a quick check of all the wires. All the consoles are connected to the reactor. You have this spare battery to... for 2 momentum, you can have the emergency battery that you brought down be linked into the reactor. So if the reactor fails, it will act as the new emergency battery. Or you can possibly take that down with you into the seed vault. But you have enough access to get to the primary reactor to get it started again.
I think we might as well just hook it up, and if we need another battery, we'll just get another battery.
Fair enough, yeah.
So you power on the facility?
Yep. Cautiously.
Crunch, 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 crunch. Starts charging up the stairs. And the doors to the sea vault slam open with alacrity. And their security teams are met with a bunch of very angry, very dangerous-looking drones. Angry-looking is the wrong thing to use for machines.
All right.
Okay.
Threat, you froze on me. I'll be right back. I have to restart. One of the thought just got
Gotcha.
stuck on the screen.
Yeah.
It's always fun when I'm trying to do that with momentum as well.
Mhm.
Whoa. Everything just loaded in a weird way.
Drones pour out of the seed vault. All everyone can hear. Assume direct control.
Oh man, those are angry-looking robots.
They are.
Bipedal military robots start charging out of the doors, similar to the early 21st century Earth autonomous drones. These things are 1.2 meters tall, and they look to be meant for battlefields, not mere outpost guarding. You can see a little 360-degree camera bulb at the top that spins, and you hear a crackly computerized voice repeat the word intruder. And you see these big belt-fed machine gun things load up, and
Oh
yeah,
shit.
they are going to attack you. Whoops, I made something poof that wasn't supposed to poof. Come back. There you go.
I mean, I did state that Gorel was not going to be next to a door.
Yeah.
She's probably just hiding somewhere where she can't be shot at or has cover. She's like, I'm behind this. It's so
Because you guys were already scanning for these things, both the specialist and the security team are like, drones, ready up. So you guys get to act first because you guys were already getting to go as the doors were slamming open.
And with the words intruders and these things willing up to unload machine guns, we can assume hostile intent, correct?
Feel like probably, yeah.
It does look like these things are about to show you the destructive force of atomic era machine guns.
If that's the case, I'll have Dref open fire and the security team just assist. I don't know. Reduce the difficulty.
So you're using the advantage to assist you in your role. Okay.
Yeah.
You're looking at it's basically firing to medium range, so this is a diff 1 task.
I will charge for area.
Okay.
Try to remember what's Deadeye Marksman and Fire. Deadeye Marksman is just aim, I reroll everything. What's Fire at Will?
Mm.
I think it's the cost doesn't go up if I. Well, the difficulty
If you
doesn't go up
I
if I swift task.
think so. I'll check.
So I usually don't roll Dref in combat. That's why I'm just double checking with his talents.
Alright. Whenever you use the swift task to make a second range attack, ignore the normal difficulty increase.
Right. Okay. So, considering I am specifically aiming, would you allow either tactics or targeting system?
I'll use tactics.
Take a threat.
Deadeye Marksman is when you aim, you reduce the difficulty of the attack by 1.
Oh shit, that's not bad.
To a minimum or just down?
Deadeye Marksman?
Just down.
Oh, yeah, def 0. Because of the security team.
Yeah, Deadeye Marksman's neat.
I've got a reroll as well. So we gain 2.
As that question was asked, my little cheat sheet for Varder crashed, so I couldn't tell you. I was like, oh, that was helpful.
So this was charged for area.
Yeah, and you get the normal effects of the aim, minor action.
And that what aim just lets me.
Reroll one of your missed dice.
Okay.
So that's going to hit the primary plus 1 more at this rate for 4 damage. That will not be enough to drop it.
Yeah, I'll be spending to reroll.
Okay. Might as well clear the fog of war for this map because you don't need it anymore.
Ah, there was nothing in the corners. Tip your hand now.
So I think that pushes it up to 5. Did 2 of them go down?
2 of them did not go down, as it seems their machinery makes them a little more resilient to your attack.
Are we able to spend for piercing?
You could.
Spend 1 for piercing?
And they crack and crumple to the ground as their machinery goes. Well, you set it for that little bit more penetrating. You start like instead of like sweeping the face, you kind of let it settle a part of the machine for a little bit to let it dig, and then you're able to hit something vital and quickly switch it over, sweep it over to the other guy.
Okay, then I'll spend 2 to have Dref Swift Task and go again.
Okay.
And because of Deadeye Marksman and Fire at Will, with the security scene assisting, it's pretty much
Diff 1 now.
yeah, because I'll be charging for spread, so I still need to spend 1 for the extra minor.
Yep.
And I'll give 1 threat for the reroll. Well, I do have aim, so I get to reroll.
That's good.
And I do get a separate reroll myself. So let's see how many I hit this time.
More.
I think I'm actually going to spend 1 to reroll because I want to try and get some more effects.
Yeah, 'cause you're only hitting 1 really hard.
Or wouldn't the effect, first effect, automatically go over to a second one?
First effect turns on the abilities. Other effects show how far it goes.
Ah, okay. Well, I'll reroll 4 because I've already got 2 2s.
Game sound.
Yeah, because you're more worried about effects than the raw damage.
Son of a bitch!
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That drops 1 of them.
Can Dref spend his determination for an extra action?
Didn't he spend his determination already?
No.
No.
Oh, well, yeah. To what value?
It's Swift Task.
Basically to I'll be firing again, but take a breath, get it done.
Okay.
I'll be doing the same shit again.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still diff 1. I spend 1 for the minor to spread.
Okay.
This is fucking weird.
What, being ambushed by robots or mowing down robots?
The fact that I've somehow managed to legitimately fire 3 times into a room of robots with actual resources. Now I'm getting them all.
And as they all start falling apart and they start tumbling down, more take their place, charging up the stairs.
Oh, and you didn't even have to spend threat for that.
Oh, I did.
Oh.
1,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he was just spending
3,
to...
4, 5, 6.
I mean, is that their turn just turning up?
Yeah, they have to spend time getting up there, so they will not act this round because they have to get here first.
Well, that's fantastic, because when the next round comes, I'll just do it again.
Actually, you know what? I have so much threat. They will be acting this round. Although Dreth acted, that does not eat up everyone else's turns. I can't spend to eat your turns.
That would be scary.
Yeah, these teams seem to be running with incredible speed. You can actually hear the metal of the stairs bending under the increased hydraulic thunk that they're doing. So that leaves
Alright.
the turn to Dresta, Efrix, or Myth.
Are the consoles connected up now and everything?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Can I close the doors?
You can try.
Well,
Mary
yeah.
Plus Engineering opposed.
Give us a second to regroup.
Which door? Or both doors?
Both doors.
So they basically get one free hit because you're trying to split your attention between. I will actually waive that. You're an android. Never mind.
Split my attention? Okay.
You have to work on two things at the same time and do complex calculations. Okay. Oh, right.
Yeah. I'd like to try to use my analytical trait to use control instead of daring. I don't know if it'll fire here though.
Add increased complication as you're spending the extra tick in your brain to calculate something.
All right, I'll do it.
And you notice these things as the door starts shutting, close, the drones, as if sensing it, as if the computer told them this was happening, they step into the way and they start trying to push the doors open. And Myth's trying to make it so that these things just slam shut anyway, because the safety system's kicking in. There's a thing in the way. Like, no, ignore that.
Yeah,
Ignore thing.
that's called bisecting the robot.
Yeah. So, Comp 4 sounds sketchy. I don't know if I want to go up to that.
Sounds fun though.
Yeah, sure. Activating augmented control. So bumping my comp range up by 2. Take a threat.
Do you want 2 momentum as well?
Actually, yeah. Threat and 2 momentum. Yeah, I think I'll just roll that.
I'll buy 2 additional dice.
All right. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hits. All right. We generate 3 momentum. Unless you have a reroll.
Loud screeching and wailing, and then crunch as these things are just smashed to pieces by the doors. Oops.
Crunch. Doors open, close, open, close, open, close.
You have shut the doors. Actually, do you wish to spend 2 momentum to trick the other ones into walking into the doors? Or do you wish to let them retreat away from the doors of sealing?
Yes, trick them. Do it.
It's not in character. I
The
want to
door-
do it. Myth doesn't.
The doors of sealing. Best magical item.
Yeah, so you close the doors. Sensors indicate that they try to bang on they shoot the doors a little bit and then realize that there's no way getting through these doors because their bullets cannot pierce through Durasteel blast doors. They're meant for like heavy phaser fire, not bullets. So they aren't getting through those. So they go back down the stairs.
These aren't even military doors. They're just doors. But they're made of duranium.
We build ships out of this.
Yeah. Material science. Fantastic. All right. Security report.
It appears that we took out the first wave, but then the doors are sealed, taking out some more. They seem to
Yes,
be.
I sealed the doors after you reported.
They seem to just be rushing up from down the vault.
Understood. I think, based off of the security cameras, they may be interfaced with the outpost computer systems. I'm checking it now.
As you're talking, you notice that you can hear the life support systems coming on as cool air begins circulating through the vents. Lights and computers consoles flicker to life everywhere, and you can see the face of Dr. Stephen Kale appearing on every monitor. Disheveled and sleep deprived, he grips the edges of the computer terminal. They're all dead. He glances over his shoulder. What was that? And the screen goes to static. The recording starts again, and then comm panels hum and indecipherable voices begin whispering over the open channel. A hiss of air echoes down the corridor as the doors of the seed vault are lit up brightly. With big purple warning lights, which in archaeological terms indicates non-Federation possible threat. Like they knew something was weird about this, and like, yeah, places like this usually have security systems built into them. So hey, anyone walking in here, be aware of that.
Brought down an archaeologist. I have one of those. Terrible. Anyway. All right, I'm gonna start pulling logs to try and find out anything more.
As you try to pull up information, the reactor computer indicates that the files you are looking for are stored in control and are primarily stored in control and multi-purpose laboratory. The only records you can pull in here is that the reactor it tells you stuff that you already know. Something damaged the control panel A, control panel B, control panel C. Emergency batteries have been damaged. Reactor, it's like you knew that already. Thanks, computer. It seems like that last broadcast was like the last blast before the power died.
I'll move over into the multi-purpose laboratory and start trying to pull stuff.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
Goral.
Fine.
Yeah, I think Goral would also assist.
Mm-hmm.
As where Dreft Security is just like, nah, we're good. We'll just stay here in case the vault decides to open itself.
They somehow get through the doors.
Maxwell playing to away team.
Away team here. We just experienced hostilities.
We noticed. We saw some phaser fire. Are you all right?
We sustained no casualties, and we were able to reseal the seed vault access area of the facility. Mark autonomous hostiles confirmed in the area, however.
I have the USS Kismet on the line as well, since the captain was concerned about what was happening and why we were getting ready to start shooting.
Of course. I am transmitting up the most recent file that was in the system when we reactivated it.
And both the Planck and the Kismet see the recording of what would likely be the last moments of the Doctor.
What confuses me is these things are prone to shooting. He was strangled.
Yes.
So who strangled him?
And the one crazed survivor drops from the ceiling.
It's that episode, the episode of Firefly when they board the Reaver ship.
Plot twist: it was Irene Adler.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But this time, it's her clone.
Okay, that's interesting.
Can I pull medical logs?
Give me. Actually, I won't charge you for this. Medical scans show that the last medical records show that all personnel had done their physicals and seemed to be in fine health. Recommendation that Dr. Stephen Kale sleep a little more often. Please stop doing all-nighters. Note to Engineer Corwin to please stop with the jogging. He's going to give himself repetitive stress on his knees. He's not a young man anymore. The report kind of goes a little unprofessional for a bit until he gets back to, oh, by the way, this person needs more vitamins, gave this person. It was like just the last record just shows a normal day. And it goes back where it's just the normal stuff of a general practitioner, doctor of a outpost. Occasional, like, hey, this person was outside for a while, gave them dehydration treatment. Some of it indicates that the seed vault, people who worked in the seed vault and went down, had to wear special heat suits. Even with the air conditioning on, it just gets super hot down there because the vault doesn't seem to have an efficient life support system. So the intense heat of the planet basically warms the hell out of the something's producing heat down there. And so they have to dump a lot of air life support into the vault module. That's why they have it. That's part of why this is here. Part of it's to protect it from the elements. The other half is to just dump cold air in there so you can get down there and not cook.
Mm-hmm. Transmitting initial findings up to orbit.
If I look deeper into Dr. Kale's reports, was he showing any like really adverse signs to sleep deprivation?
What momentum?
Okay.
No, not. It
like
was
paranoia, thing like that.
No, it just seemed like the guy just was like it was a workaholic. Like that was the primary. The doctor didn't catch on this, but Dr. Kale had a bad habit of working himself to exhaustion, and that's just a personality quirk that he had. That a lot of people like him, who get their doctorates, they tend to be like that. They'll work themselves until they're exhausted, and then power sleep for a day, and then get back to it. Doctors hate it when they do that because that's very bad for you.
I, as a Denobulan, would not. And someone who never leaves the medbay would never. I don't know what that is. Surely.
But humans are terrible for it. Vulcans know enough to get sleep. It's illogical to make yourself exhausted. Humans like, no, I can do it. No, you can't. You need sleep. Sleep.
Sleep is for the
I'm
weak.
implying that Efrix does that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
What,
implying.
long hours at medical school? Sure. Oh,
The Tellarites, I think the Tellarites and the Andorians respect it.
yeah, it's like, that's good for you. We do that too. Please stop overworking yourself. You guys need sleep too. No, we don't. Yes, you do.
Vulcans are the biggest advocates for sleep in Federation.
And they need less than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Laughs and Bajoran.
Is there any? Yeah, you're definitely not uh, accused of this. Is there of that of the implant we found, like
Uh,
the removal?
No mention of any implants beyond the standard maintenance on people's prosthetics and stuff.
But
Like,
it's not in his like file that he has some kind of cognitive implant or anything like that.
no. That would be comforting if that were true.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for it.
Oh, great. What was
Over the
that?
you hear voices over the intercom system.
What is the translator picking up, if anything?
I don't like that.
Didn't we pick that up before on the transmission?
Yes, it sounds familiar. Insight engineering. All right.
Thought that you need
Spend a
help, but
momentum. Artificial intelligence.
No.
Starfleet protocols. I'm trying to go for communication.
Actually, you can access the station's systems, the outpost, and try to get it to help you.
Okay.
Speaking of, I misspelled assisted, but too late now. Actually, because you're getting more info from the outpost, it's actually diff 2.
All right. I'm rolling 3.
Yeah, and what we rolling for the?
Oh, sorry, you're right. I need to roll that for you.
We do not have those stats.
Is that it?
It is not, unfortunately. Its stats are garbage. It's an outpost. It's not supposed
Makes
to be very
sense. Yeah.
Whoops, I was about to tell Varder that.
Oops.
I know everything.
I
he could. He'd probably share it.
That's why I'm not here, clearly.
Isolating anomalous system. Isolating anomalous transmission.
What about the bodies? Alive, alive, alive. A lie. We are a lie. The bodies rot. What about the bodies? Alive, alive. And it repeats. That's the only one that has any sense of syntax and clarity. Everything else is just a jumble of various logs that don't tell you anything probative. So today I went to the mountain today and saw a great vista. You scrub around. Today we looked at the sea today and got some samples to see what the salt content was, and so on and so on. But that one stands out as that's the only post disaster message, but it's not terribly probative, sadly.
We're in a freaking Call of Cthulhu game.
If I into it from like a counseling standpoint, any kind of like pattern or besides that one troubling one?
Oh, that's an idea.
Insight medicine, difficulty 1, Doctor.
Is it Kale?
That is indeed the voice of Kale.
So, if he had an implant in the back of his head, did he upload himself?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Counseling?
Yep.
Spend 1 for cautious.
Two momentum generated. The various
More.
patterns and logs seem to be. It's like it's a log of the various achievements of the outpost, of nice calm moments where someone was enjoying a nice view or saw something neat, or they found this new building, or there's this artwork they found. The enormous one is that one, but every one of them are on the theme of, they're not the boring like, oh god, I hate my job, or oh, today so and so was such a jerk. 'Cause that happens. People get angry with each other, especially working with each other for years. Yeah, these are all pleasant, positive messages of seeing things or feeling something or an emotion.
Is it all Kale?
The other, only that one voice is Kale. The rest are of different people. Some of them are Kale.
Okay.
Some of them are various researchers.
So it wasn't just him then. We didn't. Speaking of bodies, we didn't find the other bodies, did we?
Just two. There should be way more. Well, not way more. There should be at least a few, up to 10 people.
Yeah.
10 to 15, depending. Because some of them could be lost out in the wilderness somewhere when the outpost died.
Right. I'd like to try and backtrace the signal access point.
Control plus engineering, difficulty 2, comp 2.
Right.
The station will be
Comp-
assisting you. It'll
Comp
try to
4
assist
for the free hit.
you. Okay.
Take a threat for an extra die. And a reroll. Rerolling that. 3 hits. 4 hits.
Plus,
Yeah.
What was the difficulty, sorry?
difficulty was 2.
Yeah.
It is, the signal seems to be coming from the somewhere deep in the seed vault. The computer systems of the seed vault systems are not terribly understood, So it's hard to trace it properly, but it is coming from down. There's a central control system down there that's sending the signal up. It's definitely deep down in some facility down there.
I'm gonna try and send a signal to that access point as much as I can.
As you start beginning to send a signal, the whispering stops. You can hear a child's sob echo from the vault.
This is Commander Myth of the Federation starship Maxwell Planck. Can anyone hear me?
Is all you hear, echoing from the vault.
Over to Efrix. uh, this is way out of this for them.
It sounds real. It doesn't sound
Say again.
doesn't sound related. It sounds like some imitating guy.
It sounds like a recording. Like that is a child's cry, but it's like from a sound file or something. You've actually heard it as an example of what to listen for.
Yeah.
You know, this is what a human sounds like when they cry. You know, Vulcans cry like this. No, really, they do. You know, if they're crying, please get them help. They're in dire mental distress.
No kidding.
To Vulcans, children crying is perfectly normal. It is a healthy expression of their distress.
That's a recording. Something meant to lure? Probably.
See. Or perhaps a communication using previously available sound files?
Maybe.
You actually notice it changes the sound file ever so often, but now that you know it's a recording, you're actually like, that's human child A1, that's human child D6, you know. Well, that one's
That's
a
what they-
Bajoran one, you know. It's burying it up so you can't really, it doesn't sound obvious, but you're a doctor. You've heard this file before. Creepy as that is.
It's probably used in Starfleet drills.
Yeah.
Are you... We could ask it... But we know the file. Are you communicating?
Say again, lost you?
Sorry, this push to talk is shitty. We could let it know that we know that's a recording. Is it trying to emote, or is it just being a recording?
It is the common expression across the cries do seem to be ones of distress and fear. That seems to be the common theme of the files, because there are files of like they've hurt themselves, they're happy,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
Starfleet Medical's thorough when it comes to things like this.
Yeah.
Mm.
These are all fear and distress cries.
Yes.
Feel bad for the researcher who had to catalog this particular part of the library. Ugh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That sounds awful. Ugh.
Um, gonna approach this mom. Hey, it's okay. What's wrong?
You approach what again? Sorry.
So I'm gonna try and communicate with it. Like a mom said, hey, it's okay. What's wrong?
Give me presence plus medicine, difficulty of 3.
Mama bear?
Sure, I'll bring it down by 1.
Pretty
Counseling?
good trait.
Such a
Yep.
good trait.
Spend one cautious.
Oh, you did get it. You just have a comp.
Yeah. Yeah, now I have spin to squash, I guess. Eh.
Yeah.
I mean, we're probably getting late to spend your determination.
Not yet.
The crying stops. As you speak soothing words and ask if it's all right, what's wrong, and eventually the crying just stops.
Okay. Can you tell me what's wrong?
You see flickering lights that indicate directionality. And then the control room seems to have a series of lights going off in series.
Okay. Something in the room. Okay, I'll go take a look. I'm either about to be eaten or
One of the comm panels light up, and you can see the face of Dr. Kale appear. He
Okay.
runs his hand through his mess of hair and slams his fist on the console. Never stops. The voices. I first, no, not we, they thought it was a malfunction. Communication systems playing all logs at once. There's something else here, I know it. Somewhere underneath that damn sand. He looks down and starts pressing some of the buttons. Slams the console again. Is anyone reading this stupid message? Anyone? We're all dead down here. Wait, what was that? And
Jesus.
that is the end of the message.
So creepy.
Ah,
Uh,
Uh,
okay. So something else was here. Is it you?
The lights do not flicker. The screens remain on. Oh, the child crying isn't there anymore. Oopsie, that should be gone now.
Is there any like file on that screen besides the one that just played?
You look it up. It looks like he was trying to send a communication out, but
Okay.
he screwed up and didn't broadcast on subspace. He just was recording himself. So he turned on the recording half, not the broadcast path. So he was
Okay.
talking into the void. Not that he knew that.
Okay.
It looks like he was trying to access the panel to make it do something, and then something else canceled the command. It's unclear what he was trying to do because all it says is key input, ignore last key inputs. Key input,
Okay.
ignore last key inputs. You know.
Hey, Myth,
Yes, Doctor.
because I'm not engineering or computer savvy, really. It looks like he's trying to broadcast, but he internal on accident.
See. Was there something else after internal on accident?
Hmm.
Oh,
Say again. Sorry.
no. It was just he was keeping it internal, at least on accident.
Yeah.
Intriguing. And it looks like something was canceling out whatever command he was trying to input.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor's last moments seemed to be one of fear.
And somebody thought it was a malfunction. Who thought it was a malfunction?
Presumably some of the other scientists.
Well, maybe because he included himself and then separated himself from the group.
That is perplexing.
Oh.
He said
Oh.
we're all dead.
No. Communication systems playing all logs at once, but there's something else here buried in the sand.
Yeah.
Buried in the sand, meaning something buried in all those logs at once.
Hmm. Oh, I guess I didn't mention there's lots of sand in the sea salt. Just FYI.
Oh. Then maybe it's more literal than that.
Probably.
It could also be abstract. You're not wrong, but just forgot that I just didn't know that part.
Yeah, because that's my thought, is like, he says, but there's something else here buried in the sand, when he mentions the communication systems playing all the logs.
But we know there was something else in there. There were robots.
Yeah.
But that's what we're talking about, or some kind of Charlotte. I don't.
There is definitely an agency, however simple, behind the communication.
Can I? He runs his hand through his hair. Does it look like he's missing? See?
Say again.
You said he runs his hand through his hair. Can I see missing like a spot that's been shaved in this log?
No, you can't quite make it out.
Try to talk or that.
Can I
My
make
next
that?
thought was
Yeah, just to say
Yeah,
it's at a certain stage you just need a hand from the GM.
Sometimes, yeah.
my next thought was to try to ask it. So he wanted to leave. Did you want him to stay?
You hear the hum of the lights, the flickering standby noises of the computers, and nothing else.
Okay. Direction.
I'll take this insight. Alright, you took the
Yeah.
insight. Alright.
Like I usually ask it, like, can I just make a dum roll because I'm not figuring it out.
Yeah.
Like, I can admit sometimes I'm just shit at puzzles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my.
That was my thinking too.
Yeah, is this a you just gotta go down there sort of thing?
Yeah. You have all the information that this area can give you, and the system does seem to be. It's cooperative is a strong word, but it's told you something. But beyond that, you'd have to find out what's down there, because there's people missing, and the ship didn't detect life signs, even of because you would if there were like people out in the desert somewhere elsewhere on the planet, the ships would have picked that up. They would have found bodies like somewhere. So if there's any other life signs on this planet, they're not up here, then they have to be down there.
Also, taking into consideration buried under the sand, we're literally going down a seed vault to something under the sand.
And it seems I'll point out as well from that roll that this structure, it has leakage. Sand is seeping in through the top of the structure, so something has compromised the module.
Either something got in or something got out, which caused this.
Alright. We'll need to prepare to head down if we want to have any hope of finding whatever's going on here. Waiting to Kismet and USS Plank.
Kismet here.
Plank here.
We have not found any more evidence of the missing station staff. However, there is a series of strange audio malfunctions that may be some attempts at communication from an unknown agency deeper within the missile silo. Requesting permission to take my team on an exploratory survey of the seed vault and missile silo.
It'll be dangerous.
Yes, sir.
Be careful down there. Understand, we might have trouble beaming you out in case of an emergency.
Fleet Captain, if I may, I might suggest that we pull more support from either your ship or mine to push the away team in. The security team is helping with conflict, but this sounds like this is going to be a bit of a archaeological puzzle of a sort, which usually will involve. I know that certain security members do not agree with my point of view, but sometimes the solution to a problem isn't firing at full blast. Sometimes it requires a bit of thinking. So perhaps extra minds will be of use here.
Agreed. I assume
You can almost hear the sneer of the exo of the plank say, as he seems to be lecturing, but trying not to sound like it because he's talking to a superior.
Mhm.
I assume the Maxwell Planck has ample has a dedicated archaeological expertise team.
Is its crew support full or not? One of you is
We
full
have not used all of our crew support yet. No.
Yep. We could supply further specialists.
Very good.
I believe
Uh,
Ensign Kennett has a specialization in archaeology.
Additionally, we have the equipment that was to go down to the the facility down below. Some of that may be useful, as it was intended for archaeological purposes.
Probably beam that down along with the with our person. We'll have your ship beam over to us, and then we'll do a group beam to the site. Unless you wanted to beam them
Understood.
separately, sir, but I think the Maxwell Plank may be more suited for such a technical task.
Understood. I'll start organizing the cargo transfers as soon as possible.
Does Druth say that out loud, or are you just joking there, Pent?
I mean, half and half. I mean, we know for a fact there's hostile robots in there. It's like a Type 3 definitely wouldn't go amiss.
Mm-hmm.
I
If
let me
Drath
do the
wants it,
math.
go for it.
Just have to pay all the costs for it, but we won't worry about all that because. But note that he does a Type 3 a Type 3 phaser, a shield, and armor are beamed down along with the good archaeologist Ensign Elon Kennett, blah, 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 along with some archaeological equipment.
Right, Doctor. We're going into a dangerous situation. I trust your expertise in this field will provide some useful information. You've been keeping abreast with the reports?
Kennett goes to you there.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I missed that. Yes. Well, I haven't been able to read over all the logs of the dig here. There are enough common commonalities in this kind of work that I should be able to catch on rather quick.
Very good. Specialist Dreth?
Yes, Commander.
Are you geared up?
As the ensign Elon is able to starts handing over the mash of stuff. Like there's like a little grab lift that's carrying some of the archaeological supplies, and then on top of that's the phaser rifle, a phaser belt, sensor belt, a big suit, a chest plate.
Say what you will about the Kismet, but do manage to keep it stocked with some of the best gear.
Wait, is he actually an ensign?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
an ensign.
Oh, I thought he was just a civilian.
No, he's an ensign. He's an ensign with a PhD. Which is somewhat common on my ship, I think.
Yeah. Definitely seems like a guy who doesn't walk around in standard uniform. He's like, "Oh, you're calling me up? Yeah, you're calling the resident archaeologist. I'm gonna get my archaeology suit."
I can't remember. What does armor do? Give you 1 or 2?
Gives you -2. You take extra damage.
Well, that makes sense.
Armor is 1.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's the shield belt can sometimes cancel hits.
Yeah.
Body armor
The
gives
shield
2.
belt. Yeah, shield gives 4, but it has a chance to break every time it's hit.
Yeah, like again, if with Dreth being the only actual security NPC down there, I'd rather him be suited in
Yeah.
case it goes to shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I assume he's putting down the pattern enhancers now. I don't need to keep dragging them around the entire
Yeah.
facility.
I don't think having Dreth pull them around is the best idea. I'll keep them because if we do get down there and then need to get back out quickly, you know.
With the extra stuff that Dreth requested, the Elon is able to pack the rest of it into a backpack. So you don't need those. So you don't have to be pushing this cart around.
Mm-hmm.
Though there are some extra supplies that are there, so you can come back up and retrieve more supplies. But he has a basic archaeology kit that's on him
Mm-hmm.
because you brought one of those, and he's just like, well, I'll just grab one.
Yep.
So yeah, Kenneth looks at the little hover sled he's got, and then he looks over to Efrix where she's standing next to the body, and says, perhaps we should and he just sort of trails off.
Perhaps what, ensign?
Perhaps we should move him off the floor and onto the sled.
I think funerary measures can be determined once we have finished our mission here.
Yes, Commander.
Specialist, secure the seed vault door in the infirmary with the security team. I will go and open that door.
Yes, Commander.
Oh.
Yeah, and I'll send the security team down with me.
So Dreth stacks up on the door. Everyone else is waiting around where they are, or
Yeah, no, I'll send the security team down with me in infirmary. Jesus Christ, I'm tired.
It's okay.
I can't even words.
You can't.
We're
do that
almost
anyway.
Gotcha. All right. So I'm gonna open up just the door to the infirmary through the computer.
The door's open.
What do we hear?
You can hear the hum and crackle of electricity. Peering into the room, you can see your doom now. That there is dust covering the walls of a circular tunnel with rows of lights flickering above. The passage slopes down for over 100 meters. You can feel the waves of heat emanating from down below and the wong of the air conditioning trying to blast cold air into the room to try to keep the heat, try to beat down the heat a bit. And you can see the little security cameras look up to the door. And you hear static rumbling from the speakers. And now that you're looking in, there's no robots trying to shoot you. You can see that there's some cables that are snaked through the hole, a hole in the like it's along the wall, and then it seems to pierce into the ceiling and goes back out. And then thinking about it, it looks like it probably goes and connects into the reactor. It occurs to all of you looking that this is a sort of fail-safe power cable. So the vault from below is being powered by the reactor now.
Right. Let's start heading down. Be on alert. Vincent Garral, maintain scans. Nansen Kennett, keep an eye out.
Is everybody kitted up to go into heat into the area?
Well, the good thing is because you have the AC turned on again, now all you need is your hot weather gear, and that's enough. If you tried to go down here, like you forced the doors open and then or beamed in here somehow, and then try to go down, you'd start cooking even with your suit. You need an EVA suit to keep going down there.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that all the extra personnel have their stuff.
Yeah, I won't charge you for that. It's a necessity item, especially since you guys know what the threat is.
Mm-hmm.
But as you descend down into the seed vault, new scene.
You get out of here, you two.
And the bridge goes silent for a while as everyone kind of waits and are waiting for the away team. Maxwell playing to Kismet.
Kismet here.
We still have lock on the team. It's getting It's getting harder, but we still have the lock for now.
And they have the pattern enhancers with them.
Aye, sir. I'm thinking we're getting into Delta shift over here, so I'm going to leave command over to my night shift. So I'll see you on Alpha if they're still down there, sir.
All right. I think I have one more round of shift here, and then I'm off as well. So you probably won't see me immediately when you return for Alpha shift.
Aye, sir. Let's go plank out.
Kismet out.
One of the science officers at the station says, Fleet Captain, we were looking over some of the computer logs and we're looking to see if there's any messages that got caught up in the computer from the outpost. It seems there was one message that was to be sent. Well, there's a few actually that were going to go to various people. We're starting to sort through them now to see what messages people back deeper in the Federation we're going to get. There does seem to be one addressed to you, sir.
Oh. I'll take it in my ready room.
Aye, sir.
Notify me if anything comes up.
I will have the honor of doing so. Oh no, she's the senior ensign, says the person next to her. What was that? Nothing.
You know, there's technically the chief of security. The secondary chief is a lieutenant.
Good.
Nah, he's not on the
Unification.
bridge right now. He's not on the bridge right now.
Oh no.
Yeah, Alpha Shift's over. It's like, oh
Yeah.
no.
He's not the Alpha Shift guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Off. So there's another security guy.
Shritzar.
Rizar wouldn't be Alpha Ship though, because yeah.
Varder would be, yeah.
Yeah. And he might get up there eventually if he's not there yet.
Why?
He'll get up there
But
eventually
with
and look at the Klingon in charge
On
of the
right
bridge
now,
and be like,
though,
oh,
wouldn't
no.
he pick your shift?
Oh yeah,
So-
true.
Not
So
necessarily,
Brennan's
because you
just-
still sometimes want to spread people out a bit to maintain
Brennan's
some
just-
rank.
Grennan's just gonna queue up the message, and before hitting play, he's just gonna say, "Why now?" Might be a coincidence, can it? Can it, Dr. Kale? Computer play message.
Hi, Harmon. Thought I'd send you another message. Lots of exciting stuff happening here. And heard you're a fleet captain now, and you're in my bit of the sector. I didn't know you were the Starfleet guy in the area, so that's fun. I was gonna call you sooner, but I figured you were busy with your home defense squadron or whatever it is. It's a long name. You really should shorten it. Anyway, I know you've been keeping up in your archaeology and you've been reading some of the papers. I think I found something rather extraordinary. There's this seed vault we found. We started building up a module around it to try to keep it together. I hate to jump the gun, but I think I found a sort of doomsday vault. I mean, there's been an example of this before, but anyway, I'll tell you all about it. You really should come down here, and you know what? I'll give you a tour of the facility. You can check out the facility, and don't tell me a fleet captain can't get some time off to do a little bit of archaeology. Truly, please come on down, and we'll have a chat and see what you've been up to, and yeah, see you soon. And his face freezes because the message is over.
Grennan's just gonna sit down at his desk and put his head in his hands.
Fitness plus medicine.
To Grennan again.
GM.
Dude, alcohol,
Wow.
drink it. I keep telling you.
And the difficulty is 3.
Fortunately, does my advantage help?
Yes, you're down to dip 2. So positive reinforcement.
Dude, just fucking termination that shit.
Yeah. Head in the stars, trust my crew, hopeless romantic.
I don't know if any of those help you.
Yeah, if anything, that would be like challenging those.
Yeah.
Stars I'll take.
Yeah, okay. I'm spending a momentum and a threat. I just need I think that just auto hits it, but
Yeah.
More of a complication check. Surprisingly, the severity of your illness goes down by 1.
oh. My Oh, huh. Okay.
As you recognize that even though he died excited about what he was looking into. That Starfleet service, civilian service, when you go out into the stars, it is dangerous out here. But for those brief moments where you're alive, there are some wonderful things you can find. And maybe if you live just one extra day, you'll get to see something that makes you nearly twice as excited as Kale seems to be. He achieved his dream and what he wanted to find, and he found it. The fact that he died in its attempts, well, that's tragic, depressing to a degree, I'll admit, but you're sure you're here.
Yeah. You really did live, Doctor. You really did live.
And that is the end of the episode.